I think we are going online now. Yes, we are online. Okay.
No?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, hello and welcome everyone to the Giving Tuesday.
I'm sorry. Just let me. Yes, we are online.
Yes, we are online or not?
Yes, we are,
Yeah.
but we have a return and I have to get rid of it.
Okay, hello and welcome everyone to the Giving Tuesday.
I'm sorry. Just let me. Yes, we are online.
And we have still an echo, so I wait.
Too much. We are too much online. Okay, now it's good.
Okay. Hello, yeah, and welcome to the Giving Tuesday. You are here connected with Space Renaissance International. We are an organization dedicated to the peaceful and civilian space exploration, space development, and space settlement. My name is Sabina Heinz, and I'm joined by Adriano Ortino. We both are vice president of the Space Renaissance International, and Adriano Ortino is former president and one of the founder of SRI. Adriano, do you want to tell something about SRI and what we are doing?
Yes, of course. Space Renaissance International was founded it was born as a concept in 2008, and the Space Renaissance Initiative was created. Our website was created, and in 2010 we incorporated as a Space Renaissance International as a not-for-profit cultural association. So we are alive since 40 years so far. We held 3 World Congresses, the first one in 2011, the second one in 2016, and the last one in 2021. In each of these Congresses, we make an analysis of the situation of the civilization, of the global society, and we try to understand what is the best strategy to allow the civilization to keep on developing and growing and progressing as a civilization. So culture, inclusivity, and eliminating the big issues like the famine, the starvation, and the unemployment, and all the problems. During the last years, also the climate problems and the big pollution and the environmental problems and all of these things. And our solution is very simple. We say that 8 billion people, now we are officially 8 billion people on Earth, cannot keep on growing in a closed planet. So we need to expand outside and to start settling in the geolunar space and behind around Mars, on Mars, and the asteroids, and the big taking profit of the very big resources of the solar system that can allow our civilization to grow at a size of trillions people in the solar system, because there are plenty of resources. So it's really a crazy thing to keep on fighting for the scarce resources remaining on Earth, to make wars and to kill each other. Well, there is a simple alternative. Well, not that simple, because we need technologies, we need science, we need good political decision. Okay, all of that is not simple, but however, is a clear solution to go outside and to start expanding.
We have seen already that many companies and many countries are doing so, and developing some concepts, and many organizations are doing this. We by SRI, we are working all as volunteers. Therefore, we try to make use of the Giving Tuesday to animate you to support us. but to give the audience possibility yeah, if you want them to donate something, maybe Adriano, you should tell them what we are doing in our voluntary work.
Yes. Okay.
So I could start just saying that I'm an artist. Hello, Miriam. Hello and welcome. I am an artist and I'm responsible for the art chapter. And I'm also hosting in our academy a webinar series. And switch on your camera, Miriam. Welcome. And I'm inviting, or we are inviting scientists, engineers, philosophers, artists, and to give lectures or webinars. And then we have lively discussions after the webinars, because I want to build a bridge between art and science, and it is for all people, for all interested people. And yeah, Adriano, tell a little bit more about our academy and what we are doing at SRI as volunteers.
There are a lot of things to do, to show, but I would like to start by showing a little of our program for 2023. That's the main reason we are trying to collect funds to support that.
No, but maybe you should first tell to the audience what we are doing at the moment and in our academy. And
sorry, okay, we have Bernard here.
Our president is coming.
Yes.
This is very nice, and I would like to introduce him first. Maybe he can tell us a little bit.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, Bernard. Very warm welcome. We cannot see you. Now we can see you. Welcome to our special event for the Giving Tuesday. I introduced already SRI and Adriano about Space Renaissance International, and now we are talking about what we are actually doing and why we do need some donations. So maybe you can tell to our audience what we are doing at SRI. And I taught them that we are working as volunteers and what we are doing. To introduce you to our audience, Bernhard Freunk is our president, and he's also a professor at the university in Amsterdam or Leiden, both?
Leiden, Amsterdam, Lausanne.
Yes.
ISU. Yeah.
Yes, genau. Okay. The stage is yours.
Yeah, so welcome. So I'm just catching this event, which is quite important because we want to be sustainable, grow, and engage the community in our activities of Space Renaissance International. I'm also just coming back from a long expedition where I was in Seoul in Korea, where we had ISU Executive Space Course, and then we had also some review in Berlin with Diala, and an interesting visit that we have performed with a young generation, that are based at the European Astronaut Center in Cologne. So we had, so that shows that we want to also engage all generation in our activities. So we have some well-established activists for space, like Adriano Otino, the founder of Space Renaissance International. We have also a board of vice presidents that are based in various parts of the world that give an international dimension, and that are also trying to move in their various regions our cause, which is to foster civilian development of space. And also we had a Congress in 2021 that was organized by Space Renaissance, where we have established for the next 5 years some priorities of actions. So I invite you to go to the Space Renaissance website and also at that opportunity, I was elected the president of Space Renaissance International for 5 years. So now I see my mission is in fact to implement some of the recommendations from the community. So So I encourage you then all to participate, and I'm looking forward to listen to what you are interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Adriano, may I ask you to put in the chat the website where people can donate?
Yes,
and
in the description on the YouTube channel, in the description of this event, you will find 3 links. One is to join the Zoom meeting, this one, and a link to donate and a link to join as a member. All of these links are in the description on the YouTube event.
Okay, I also would like to very warm welcome Mary Cooper. I always pronounce the name wrong. Hello, Mary. Can you hear us? Also, but we can see on her picture. Yeah, hello.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah,
You are live.
Okay, yeah, I can't really talk because I'm at my mom's. I already have sent a message to Adriano, but
yeah,
I'm
okay.
listening in the back.
Oh, okay.
Alles
klar. Then I explain a little bit. You can switch off the video.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So I have just a short time, and then I have to go to the International Space University now. But I wanted also to give you some reason why you should join our activities. And so this will be described at length by Adriano and by Sabine. Adriano is coordinating our academy. We have also initiative like the Space Renaissance webinar. Also we have a special program for young professional, Medici Fund. I'm also trying to engage our group with other partners worldwide. And in particular, we have established some link with where we are now member of the International Astronomical Federation. We have also a number of other partners. So that's why this way you can join our activities, and you can also benefit from them, benefit from our network, but also from special partners with whom we want to conduct projects. We have been present, for instance, at the International Astronomical Congress in Paris, where with 5 other partners, we put together a stand which was unique. I was told unique in its interdisciplinary content,
Indeed,
unique in the joy and the passion for space, and even with music. And we had our space guitarist with us, Adriano, and we had so we tried to do the things a new way, engaging everybody, engaging all the community. We will be from 1st to 3rd of December at Rome in a new space economy forum that is organized there, when we have also a number of other activities, also more in depth, not only events. We have also our academy with a different department working group that are looking in depth of what we can do in various aspects to foster the expansion of human to space, but still achieving sustainable development goals for all humanity. So I encourage you all to look at what we have been doing, what we are doing now, but also if you have some special project you would like to do with us, contact us. And so we are looking for partners and sponsors, but in particular sponsors that could also, with whom we could do achieve project together, and we can put some of our resources and our skills together. So then I leave you with Adriano and Sabine and the other members to explain you what you could do in practice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bernard, for joining us and for spending the time for us. And we wish you a nice evening now at ESO. It's the event and a successful event. Okay, bye. And as Bernard mentioned, we have many projects. We also have a cooperation with the Mars Society, and a project that's called Art Goes to Mars. We want to bring art to Mars. And as I mentioned here, Mary Cooper, what you see on her picture is a nest and a bird nest. And yeah, this is her artwork for the Moon Gallery. We are having a cooperation with two. And Adriano, you wanted to tell us a little bit more. Show us what you have.
Yes. Okay, let's start from what we have done in 2022, the year that is going to is natural end in 1 month, more or less. So we had several webinars. First of all, 2 webinars per month, more or less, from January to now, and in the 2021 too, we started in August. So our webinars series is, I think, the most regular and let me say followed program, because we have hundreds of people that are watching our lectures given by some experts of different disciplines, both they are member and non-member of SRI, but we are inviting each month to give their lectures, and very, very interesting. We in the late months we had Stephen Wolf talking about the political setup for space settlement. We had Alberto Cavallo talking about geopolitics, a very interesting lecture, and we had okay, other ones that you can see it in the website of the Space Renaissance Academy, where all the calendar is shown, and the next dates also will be up to the half of 2023. The calendar is already complete, and we have a list and very important lectures. So this is the first thing I think to be mentioned. But we had the Berlin Festival, the Space Renaissance Festival in Berlin in July 2022. It was a 3-day conference on three topics, 3 themes. The first one was civilian space development. What is the point where we are? What is the perspective? The second theme was the analog training, so the analog astronaut training, and the third theme was space art. It was coordinated by Sabine, and it showed several space artists showing their works and talking about their works and so on. So this was was made at the Archenhold Observatory in Berlin, thanks to the very generous donation made by the observatory that gave us their location for free. It was very important, and yeah, it was really let me say an important event in Europe about space, about new space, about civilization expansion into space and so on. So this is something that we will be trying to make happen every year.
No, every 3 years.
Not always in Berlin.
Yeah, but in Berlin this will take place every 3 years.
Yeah. Every 3 years, okay. However, we will try to make an event like that in Europe in 2023. It would be probably in the Netherlands, and it will be in collaboration with the National Space Society of the United States and with the Moon Village Association. So we are talking with these 2 organizations with which we have agreements, partnership agreements, to organize a kind of summit conference about a strategy for space settlement, a strategy to kick off space settlement before 2030. This is a topic that's very, very important priority for the three of these organizations. For Space Renaissance, for sure, because it is written in the final resolution of our Congress of 2021, but for the National Space Society too, they are making an ISDC, an International Space Development Conference, each year, and talking exactly about this, about space settlement. So it means to go outside and start to live and work in space. And the Moon Village Association is an organization that is focused on the moon, to build a first village on the moon. Village means that it will be a multi-purpose. It will be for scientists, for researchers, for business people, and so on. Village, it means a civilian place where people can go there and make researches and work and do many things. So yes, what else? Always in July, between July and August, we made some workshops with the International Space University in Portugal, in Oeiras. And this was a very good experience with students and different classes of students. By the way, in January and February, we held a couple of lectures at the ISU in Strasbourg. One was done by myself and the other by Sabine. Very well received, and so we started a collaboration with the ISU that we hope it can continue, and we go ahead doing things together.
Can I make a short break because maybe new listeners are entering at our chat. I have not the chat open at the moment, but I would like to use this opportunity to call again for some donations, because we are on Giving Tuesday, and maybe we can show one video. Adriano, would you like to share one video?
Sure.
And we have got already some donations, very generous donation by Jim Tresafuli, 500 euros, and 300 euro by Rainer Grande from Austria. So thank you so much for this very generous donations, and we hope to get more donations. Everything helps. Here's Werner Grande. Hello and welcome. Thank you very much. Hello, Werner. Thank you very much for your generous donation. And I would like to ask you to donate and to send, everything helps. If it is €1, €5, everything will help us to do our work a little bit better. And now you will see the first video.
Yes, I'm trying to do that. I don't know. I shared something, but I'm not sure what. So maybe it's better to stop and share again. Just a moment.
I think you have to press one simply.
Okay, so we have a beautiful video made by Sabine together with the Seth Shostak
from SETI Institute.
And I try to, maybe, can you see it? Yeah. But the audio.
You must start again.
International, and we are
you start again. Yeah.
Oh, my name is Sabine Heinz, and I'm one of the vice presidents from SRI. SRI stands for Space Renaissance International.
There's no tone. There's no audio. There's no audio. You have to put your audio on. You cannot mute yourself. Adriano, you have to unmute you. If not, the audio is...
Yes.
Can you start it again?
Yes.
Better now?
Yeah, but you have to start it again, because when you mute yourself, then it will...
My name is Sabine Heinz, and I'm one of the vice presidents from SRI. SRI stands for Space Renaissance International, and we are an organization dedicated to the peaceful civilian space exploration, space development, and space settlement. I, by myself, I'm an artist and responsible for our art chapter at SRI. And I'm also hosting a webinar series every first and every third Monday at month. Beside me, I have a guest, Seth Shostak. He also was guest in our webinar series, and he is supporting SRI. We are all working as volunteers in our organization, and to go on doing so, we would like to use Giving Tuesday and to ask you all to donate something to SRI, to support us, to support our work, and everything helps. You can make the difference. And Seth, what do you think?
Well, look, you know, on Giving Tuesday, there are going to be a lot of organizations who are telling you, well, give to us, right? And I'm sure many of them, if not all of them, will be worthy organizations, places where your money can make a difference and be well used. But that's also the case, and especially the case for SRI. I've been involved with them for maybe a year or two now, and they take the kind of initiatives that nobody else in the world is taking. You know, it said the 21st century is when humanity finally breaks free from the earth in limited ways, perhaps at first, but eventually our future is in space. And if we go into space without the kind of, if you will, artistic sentiments, the aesthetic, then we really don't go into space as humanity, because the aesthetics are what last. Those are the things that really matter. If aliens were to come to Earth now, right? I don't think they have, but if they were to come to Earth now, you know, what would they take back with them, right? Would they take our physics textbooks, right? Would they take our rockets? No, none of that. That would all be, you know, very passé for them, something that isn't terribly interesting. What they would take is the same thing that we took from the Greeks and the Romans, actually, to some extent, and that is the art, because the art is timeless. And SRI recognizes the importance of art in our space explorations. So I think that at least giving some of what you're planning to donate to other organizations on Giving Tuesday, giving some of that to SRI is an investment that you will never regret.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank you if you would donate to us, and wish you a nice end of year, and thank you. Thank you for helping us.
Yeah, thank you, Adriano. So we have shown the first video. Hello and welcome, Werner. I just mentioned you, and would like to thank you again for your generous donation. Maybe you would like to tell us why are you supporting SRI?
Well, I'm supporting SRI because I'm interested in space since my youth, since I was a boy. And I watched also the first landing on the moon. And I am working since many years on space stations and space colonies. I think many of you, meanwhile, know my projects, and I'm very happy to be part of the Space Renaissance Academy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have another guest here. Maybe we come later back to you, Bernard, and you can tell us a little bit more. Julio. Julio is our representative in Brazil. Hi, Julio.
Hi, friends. Thanks, Sabine, for mentioning me. Also, I'd like to invite to the Space Habitat event. It's an event that we're organizing since next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, December 1st to 4th. And we have more than 40 presentations, and everybody is welcome to watch. And I can share more details, the link for inscription, and everybody is welcome to see some of these presentations. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you can share your screen if you wanna and show this. I have to mention this is in cooperation with Space Renaissance International. Therefore, Julio is mentioning this. So we are doing a lot of work internationally. So please help us with any donation because we are doing a lot. Julio, maybe you want to share your screen and show us a little bit more detailed what we are doing. So the audience know what we are doing. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, this is the Space Habitat event. This is our program for tomorrow for Thursday. The first topic is about space habitats. Will be 10 a.m. GMT, UTC, and some topics about habitats design, and also 5 p.m. GMT UTC about space explorations, some papers. And the December 2nd, 10 a.m. UTC about space health. In this case, we have some presentations of Professor Thais Russomano, and around, I believe, is 9 presentations about space health, and this is part of our program. And during 5 p.m. GMT, related to space education, some presentations. And the third day, okay. And the third day will be Saturday. The time will be 2 p.m. GMT about space habitats too, space support technologies, in space agriculture, some presentations too. In the last day, Sunday, will be about aerospace technologies with some friends from India that they will be doing some presentations about space technologies. And also I can share the link here, also to be shared in YouTube if possible. I can share the link for inscriptions, okay?
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's a huge program that you organize, and I see it's another cooperation with the Mars Society too, because I was talking before that we have a project together with the Mars Society, and I see they're involved here too. It's nice to read this, and yeah. Do you have something more, do you?
No, let us share the one slide where we have the QR code where it's possible someone watch and try to do the description. Okay, just more one slide here to share. Let us show you. Yes. Also, we are advertising. We are organizing the space analog missions in Brazil, and everybody is welcome. Let us first share this information about some space analog missions in Brazil. Let us share this novelty. In this case, we are 1 week missions based in Brazilian semi-arid. All months will be happening at least 1 international missions. These missions will be in English and Spanish, and everybody is welcome to travel to Brazil and take part of some of these missions. And the last thing that I'd like to share is the free inscription for our Congress. I will add a little bit in this slide. There's a QR code, and someone can look this QR code, and with the phone do the inscription in the Google form. Okay. And
yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Also share in our group the more detailed program. I believe it will be possible to share in some social media about our Congress. Okay. And thanks so much.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much. Why are you supporting SRI, Julio? You have to unmute, yeah.
Exactly. Yes, as SRI and Mass Society, Habitat Martin, and Federal University of Brazil.
Yeah, but why are you supporting Space Renaissance International? Why?
Why?
Because we are calling for donations, so we have to give a reason why.
Yeah, I believe it's more the divulgation, the advertisement about the Congress. Yes. Also, yeah, if possible, we also Bernard, Vernon, Sabine, and Adriano, if you like to do a presentation, we would have space to some of these days to organize a presentation. You are welcome too, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And you can talk with me in private. If possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Werner, I would like to ask you about your project, because maybe you will talk about your project 5 minutes or 2 minutes.
Yes, of course. I would like, as my new project, some of you know it already, is a rotating orbital station in Earth orbit, in low Earth orbit, as a successor of the ISS. I think if we start with the planning, it could be within the next 8 or 10 years to bring up all the modules to build this station in Earth orbit. It is designed in stages. So the first stage is for a crew of 25 persons, and by rotation we simulate artificial gravity, the so-called artificial gravity. Of course, we have also modules with low gravity and with zero gravity, and scientists could study a lot in this station about measurements concerning artificial gravity on the one hand and low gravity and zero gravity on the other hand. I will make a paper for next year for the next IAF conference. It is in Baku, I think, in Azerbaijan. And yes, I will show it to you in the next weeks or so.
No, thank you. I just got an email that they are calling for papers for Azerbaijan. So you can submit your paper and participate in Baku. It will be a huge event, and we also participated in Paris at ISU. And yeah, it was a nice conference. We had our booth and music, and it was really, really fun. Yeah, Adriano.
Yes. Okay. So we go ahead with our narration of what we have done and what we are going to do. In September, we participated to the IAC Congress, the International Astronautical Federation Congress in Paris, and this was very important for us because for the first time we had a booth. We not alone. We did it together with some partner organization like the Euromoon Mars Lunex group, chaired by Bernard Foing, by the way. With an artist, Mark Yeager, and with the MMA, the Moon Mars Academy of Susan Jaylor. So we had that booth, and we made many presentations in the booth. We talked to a lot of people. We gave them our material. We sold something too, some t-shirts. By the way, by the way, I take this chance to communicate that we have still t-shirts to be sold, and they are available in our e-shop on the website.
You can show one. You have one here, or I can pick up one.
Yes, yes. Just give me a moment. I can go there and show it. E-shop and sharing the screen. Okay, so this is. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the t-shirt, is black. It has a small logo on the front, on the left, and on the back, a bigger logo. And the neck is a V neck, not hanging, okay? And you can have it for 28 euros. It includes the delivery, the post delivery cost, of course. So I will
Also to the United States.
Yes. Well, I hope so, but I think yes, it is possible.
Okay. I should have put it on today. Yeah, I'm wearing it very often. I showed it in New Brandenburg, and yeah, it's a very nice t-shirt, and it's good material. So I washed it several times.
I have one already. I've got one already.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm trying to add the link to the shop to the description in the YouTube.
Yeah, put it all in the chat if you can.
Yes, also, yes.
Yes, put it in the chat, and we can talk about a little bit. Werner, have you been, but Giulio, you have been to Paris. Tell us your impressions from Paris.
It's very good, a very beautiful city, also amazing Congress. And I believe, I don't know about Baku, but Paris was very special. Also in terms of logistic, more easy to arrive in Paris. In Baku, you have more challenges to arrive, also more a little bit far from Brazil too. Yes, but let's see if you'll be working. How will be? Yeah.
Werner, have you been to Paris?
Yes, I have been to Paris. Yes,
but not to the IAC meeting.
I did just yes.
Doch, yeah, then tell us your impression.
I have been just for 2 days there.
Yeah, yes, we met.
We met, I think, yes, for 2 days. And I listened to the presentation of Adriano, and the second presentation, I don't remember. It was very interesting and nice, yes. And I made also some contacts with other professionals from some space institutes and firms, etc. Yes, I did like it, and yes, I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah,
it was my 3rd time that I stayed in Paris. First time I stayed when I was a student, very young. Second time I stayed with my wife. I think it is 8 years ago, and now I have joined the meeting.
Yes, it was a huge event, and we had our booths, and we had music, and it was very, very special because all booths were so clean, and they had only one product presented, and we were really crowded because we joined it with so many people. organizations, and we had art, and we had also space art and music and presentations, and it was really and the evening people came and joined us to listen to music. Adriano, you wanted to go on telling us about SRI, the activities. Sure. I see you have put it in the chat, but put a little bit more in the chat if you can, also the website and where they can donate. This would be good if you put it in the chat too. In the meanwhile, I would talk a little bit longer about Paris. There were also the UN workshop on Saturday and Sunday, and they had very interesting lectures. We met many cosmonauts, astronauts, and I was impressed by the space bus from the Netherlands because it was an initiative by Andrew Kuiper, and he wanted to give us an overview effect, and I had the chance to enter in this bus, and it was really very special because it was with this virtual reality, and you sit in this bus and then you have the impression that you are in a starship and you are going to space. And for me, it was too short to go to the moon because we had really short round to the moon, but it's very impressive if you see the Earth from above, and you can see it, and if you travel to the moon and to be in a spaceship, and it was really amazing, and it was really nice made. Have you put it in the chat already, Adriano, or you're still going on to do that?
Yes. Yes, I put it in the chat and also in the description under the...
But I can't see it in the chat. I see only the t-shirt in the chat, not where they can donate.
Ah, okay, yes.
The donation link, yeah. So I have to tell a little bit more about Paris. Yeah, what else? They had many conferences, so many lectures. I could not attend in many later on because I was attending the booth and talking with many people because maybe we'll organize another conference. And but it was very interesting, and they did a lot for the young professionals, many events for the young professionals. This is nice that they try to bring the young people into this society, and also to get them connected. I had interesting or heard or listened interesting lectures about space debris. It's a topic I'm interested in, and space law. Okay, this goes together somehow, and it was very interesting, and there were many more interesting lectures about astrobiology and other topics, but I was not able to attend. I was also involved in the ITACUS. I'm involved in the ITACUS committee, and working for the ITACUS committee is a committee for the cultural utilization in space. It's from the IFA. Adriano, are you able now to talk?
Yes, just a moment. Just replying to a couple of messages on WhatsApp, and I am back to you.
No, let it be, please. Please don't send more messages. People have read it. Yeah. Okay, you can talk.
Okay. Yes. So okay, the IAC in Paris was really a great thing. Let me say a great work for us, because it was 5 days full immersion, always there, always talking, always making things, etc. Really something for something to be remembered, let me say, from all points of view. However, it was really a fantastic experience. And then what we had, we also had a panel at the United Nations. Yes, we were talking at the General Assembly of the United Nations, the 26th of September. So just a few days after the IAC Congress, we held, in collaboration with the ACES Worldwide, as one of our partner organizations, a panel in the General Assembly of United Nations. The panel was in the morning managed by ACES Worldwide about space safety, and in the afternoon managed by SRI about well, I held a presentation about the 18 SDG, our proposal of an 18 Sustainable Development Goal. This is to kick off the space civilian space development before 2030, and several analog astronauts had a talk representing what we are doing in the field of education with the young researchers, with our partner, let me say, sister organization, LUNEX Euromoon Mars. And yes, it was a panel about technologies for space settlement and training education. But okay, not to forget that we also were present in Padova at the celebration of the 800 years of the University of Padova. So we managed a workshop in that 3 days conference, and we held some speeches. Bernard, our president Bernard Foing, was holding a speech, and several members of the Euromoon Mars group also made a very interesting presentations. Okay, so this is for 2022, and not ended yet, because we still have several speeches. I have to talk tomorrow, but yeah, okay. I didn't mention all the speeches where that we gave in other conferences, in virtual connection. Tomorrow we have one of these things with the Cometan, Brandon Taylor from UK that invited me, and in the 14th of December I will give a speech in the Terrazem webinar held by Giulio Prisco, and several other things are in the calendar still. Okay, so let's come now to maybe another video. Then we will talk about what we want to do in next year. So I named Giulio Prisco. Therefore, it's time to watch his short video, just 3 minutes, but very interesting. So let me share.
I am a space My name is Giulio Prisco. I am a space enthusiast, a former space professional in the public sector, and an Apollo orphan. Today, with the launch of Artemis 1, NASA inaugurated the Artemis program, the successor of Apollo. A space renaissance is coming. Humans will walk on the moon again before the end of this decade. And then human space expansion will begin. Humanity will be multiplanetary before the end of this century. Space enthusiasts like us can participate in human space expansion by supporting citizen space organizations. Space Renaissance International is a citizen space organization that promotes a visionary but sustainable approach to human space expansion. The organization needs members, donors, and sponsors. Support Space Renaissance International and be part of our bright human futures among the planets and moons of the solar system, and then beyond.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I have to apologize that the quality of the videos is not so good, but it is always a problem in YouTube, in Zoom. But you can see it in our YouTube channel. You can rewatch the videos we recorded, and you will find also on our social media channels some of the videos. But I think it is nice if we share it here in our Zoom meeting too. Yeah, I think it's simply nice. Yeah, Adriano, you wanted to tell something more?
Of course, yes. So just let me go back to our program for next year. Program for next year. I think we can find it back. Okay, it is here. Let me share. So, okay, this is okay. I think now you can see it, also read it, right? Okay. So yes, of course, what we are doing is to spread our proposal for a space policy that we are promoting worldwide, and is based on the resolution, on the final resolution of our last Congress in July 2021. So we are supporting the development of 100% reusable space vehicles, low-cost, safe, and reliable passenger space transportation vehicles, orbital debris recovery and reuse, a key milestone towards space safety and the kickoff of geolunar space industrialization. Enhance life protection in space, developing radiation protection shields for space vehicles and habitats, and start experimenting simulated gravity. To produce fuel in space from lunar and asteroid materials, to support the space tourism industries and their effort to develop civilian technologies for space travel and accommodations, and what we called the 18th SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, bootstrap the civilian space development to be added to the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals, in order to make the 7 SDGs really feasible and sustainable. So, in order to develop these objectives, we are also, we initiated to work in the Space Renaissance Academy. My God, sorry, because it's not always the same. And now I will go there. I hope so. No, I'm sorry, I'm not going there, but now I will. Maybe. Stop and share again. Okay, thank you for your patience. And we are there. So, okay. So this is our academy. I'm particularly proud because we really started to work with several of these committees. So as you can see, we have three main laboratories, let's say, the Space Philosophy Laboratory, the Space Development Laboratory, and the Space Art chapter. And then we have the Academy Webinar Series and the Medici Fund. And the Near Earth narrative is thinking about science fiction, and the futurologist narration. So we have a space philosophy committee, and this laboratory is chaired by Dr. Marie-Louise Heuser. And we have an ambassador, Space Renaissance ambassador training course chaired by myself. Then the Space Development Laboratory, chaired by Professor Bernard Foing, our president, with several committees. The Space Law Committee by Dr. Marlene Lozier, the Space Habitats, chaired by Jerry Stone and co-chaired by Werner Grandel, Living in Space by Dr. Susan Jevel and Dr. Celia Avila Rauch, Space Transportation Mining Industry, chaired by Werner, the 18th SDGs, chaired by myself, the Target Young Generation, chaired by Professor Bernard Foing and co-chaired by Ghanim Al-Otaibi, and the Space Debris and Near-Earth Objects, chaired by Werner Grandel. So, okay, these are the committees, and some of these committees already had some meetings, and they are working. Okay. Then I will also show you the video, a short video made by Dominic Irtenkauf about the near future narrative committees. And okay. This is the 18 SDG committee. We are collecting some papers and presentations and literature about the Sustainable Development, United Nations Millennium Declaration, Declaration of the Right to Development, and the Charter of the United Nations, Chapter 10, the Economic and Social Council, that are the famous Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. So this literature will grow while we will study this argument and develop our materials and our position and our arguments to support it. This is our draft methodology. Each one of our committees has a description like this one, describing the actual status, in this case, the revised hierarchy and everything. So each one of our committees has a thing like this. And back to the, yeah. So let me show you Dominic. Dominic is talking about the near future narration.
Hello, I'd like to introduce you to the Near Future Narrative Committee, or what I prefer a little bit more, the Near Future Narratives Committee, because there will be more narratives than only one. The Near Future Narrative Committee is interested in asking writers and artists about their visions, about their ideas, about going into space, outer space, and to develop a counter image to the most spectacular movie scenarios that are revolving around romantic stories, but in a very popular understanding, and about like explosions and high technology that the viewers cannot really understand. So to get back to a more philosophical, cultural, but also technological background, but in a more like mannered, more tempered, more artistic manner. And this committee tries to reach out and stretch out its antennas and to ask different persons from the cultural fields, like I said, most of all science fiction writers, and at oncoming conventions and in oncoming video conferences and Zoom meetings, what their opinion is. And we heartily, I as chair, and we heartily invite new members to join and to bring in their own like poetic and scientific, scholarly, and philosophical and artistic approach to the topic. And I wish you a good general members assembly, and I'm really sorry that I cannot participate, but I have like duties. I have another meeting for this Metropole convention next year, and we will like fix the program and talk through all the formats and all the applications that we got. So it's huge work to do, but I will join later. So enjoy the meeting.
Yes, this was Dominic Kirtenkampf, the chair of the Near Future Narrative Committee. Let me say a little bit more what we are trying to do.
We have Bernard back, yeah? Bernard, you want to say something? We give you space. You have to unmute yourself.
I was following you actually on the YouTube channel while I was doing my trip to the ISU. So it was good to be informed on some of the developments, the hard work that was done for the various activities, academy. Werner, also nice to hear your report. Julio, and yes, it's to see all initiatives are welcome. That goes into some of our goals. Concerning the 18th SDG, I have seen there is also an initiative that is developed by some young professional to have an 18th SDG that they call Space for All. So this is actually quite close to what we want to do. So maybe at some stage we could really also join forces with this initiative.
Let's try to meet them and see if we can collaborate, of course.
And so I would say, yeah, so we have also in the calendar for next year, yes, a number of events. So we have to fix this large one in Europe that we are planning, possibly in the Netherlands. And also we have the opportunity as well to join other events, like there is every year at the end of March, the IF spring committee meetings. And as we have a number of Space Renaissance members that are also part of this committee, it's a great opportunity to expand our network, our influence, discussion, and also do some active work within those committees. And we have also a number of milestones, also in collaboration with those groups. We are looking also at an event we could organize in the US. So we have to identify an opportunity for that, possibly also with NSS or ISDC, the International Space Development Conference.
To share again. Yeah, so this is more or less our program for 2023. I don't know if we will need to do everything. However, this is what we have in mind. We want to make a conference in Brazil organized by Giulio, with Giulio in Natal, a space medicine workshop on orbital debris in collaboration with the University of Padova, Italy, participating to the IAF springtime meetings in Paris. Then, together with the SGAC, the Space Generation Advisory Council, to make a workshop in Kuwait for students. Then to hold, I already mentioned this, an SRI conference with the National Space Society of US and the Moon Village Association, likely at Leiden University in the Netherlands, participating to IAC 74 in Baku, Azerbaijan. Then we are already working to an SRI session on the contribute of civilian space development to the UN SDGs at UN General Assembly. This time we will probably have a whole day, in the sense that we will have 2 days, one organized by ACES Worldwide, together with the Space Safety Institute of Tommaso Sgobba, and the other day organized by SRI on this topic, the contribute of civilian space development to the UN SDGs at the UN General Assembly. And it will be, of course, another opportunity also to give visibility to the young researchers and young researchers of the analog training programs. And then we have the Space Renaissance and Mars Society in collaboration, Art Goes to Mars, that Sabine was talking about before, and probably in 2023 we will have some meaningful event about this project. And last but not least, because this is one of our main priorities, a Space Renaissance Academy Prize or bursary for students and young researchers by the SRI Medici Fund. So, okay, so this is what we want to do next year.
Maybe I'd like to comment on the now engaging our community on each of these topics. And so, for instance, if you want to help, so you can help by being a sponsor, but also you can help by being a partner. And for instance, you could join the various teams that are responsible for this event. So Space Renaissance Conference, so you will join Rudio, and I think we try to put organization group. I want also to mention that this summer, the International Space University Space Studies Program will take place in Brazil from end of June to end of August in São João, so near Sao Paulo. So I think that depending on the dates when this conference is, you could draw on the presence of a lot of experts that will be in Brazil from the space community in this period, June to August. Concerning Padova, I want also to bring to your attention that there will be a European Lunar Symposium on the 3rd week of June in Padova. So we have to see whether we could coordinate, or if you want to have this workshop at another period. But in any case, this will be also quite a strong moment for Space Renaissance, focused on the moon. And also we are planning to deploy a moon-based outpost habitat that is currently being designed by our space architect, Serena Croti. She's also our communication officer helping us. So that will be a good opportunity to have a strong activities in Padova, in Italy. I want to mention also that we are going to organize in Vulcano in Sicily a field school, and this will be open to all our interested party, young and less young. For the IF springtime meetings, I believe that we could do more than just participating. We could also flag a dedicated Space Renaissance meeting event, so we could book a room for 2 hours where we invite others to come to our event. So not only going to the IF business, but also bring people to us. So I can take care of organizing that. For the SGSC workshop in Kuwait, so we have a good contact. That's Ghanim, so that's good. So we have a captain for that. ISC, okay, so I will be clearly a lot of activities to prepare for abstract. This will be in February already, and then the selection will be done in March. Yeah. And so, Sabine, for the Art Goes to Mars, did you identify a specific time of event or timeline of event?
Not yet. I wanted to talk to you with about this later. Yeah. But we had already some events where we launched this project. We launched it in July. Thank you, Bernard, for presenting all this project. So you all see that we are planning a lot of activities and we need your help. So please donate for us. We are doing all this work on a voluntary basis, and everything helps us, and you can make the difference. And for our Art Goes to Mars project, we presented it, we launched it in July at our Space Renaissance Art and Science Festival. And then we presented it in Paris in our booth. We had a talk. I presented the project, and I was launching it at the Mars Society convention in October. And it was an international convention, so many people now know about this project, and we have to go further. You are right. And we will see that we can organize some exhibitions, but first we have to collect some artworks and go further with this. So, Adriano, or Bernard.
So one point that on the list, we should also, we clearly need one event in the United States of America. So for next year, so we left identify what is a good opportunity for that, because we should identify it in advance so that we can secure also the participation of other members worldwide. And I think a good one would be the NSS ISDC, which is taking place in the US. That's one possibility. Or if there is another big event in the US, we see how we can attach ourselves to it.
Sure. Yes, definitely. Okay, so let's go ahead, maybe showing another video. Okay. I take some time to visualize the things. Maybe I'm asking too much to my laptop.
See, today is Giving Tuesday, so you can give your money, but you can also give your time. You can give your skills. And as you see, so if you have some specific skill, you like to organize events in your local community. If you want to make a movie about space renaissance, you can do it. So let's look at all possibilities where you can contribute in kind or with money, or bringing some of your partners for our Space Renaissance initiatives.
So, okay, this is Corinne.
Hi, everyone. It's Dr. G with Space Renaissance International and Space Renaissance USA. We have our upcoming Giving Tuesday, and we're looking forward to your continued support. Thank you to everyone who's been part of our community. We've launched our 3rd Congress, and some of our work benefits for students. So we have a scholarship fund, we have a Medici fund, we have programs that we're looking to platform and to help entrepreneurs as well, and to just expand the work of not the final frontier, but the next frontier in terms of our work. So we look forward to your support, and thank you for your continued support, and see you on Giving Tuesday.
Okay, thank you very much, Corinne.
Yes, and I think we can also add your video immediately, or have you shown it already? No.
I will show my video later. And I just want to thank the donation that we had so far. We had a donation. I will not say how much, however, they are in the order of the hundreds, let me say, not very big donation, but very important for us. However, we had a donation by Jim Crisafulli from Away. We had a donation by Werner Grendel, and we had a donation by Joe Pelton. We have a promise of a donation by Corinne Graham that she made this video, this last video, that she will probably do it online when she will be here today. I want to remember that our marathon, our mini marathon, will last up to 22 p.m. UTC. Yeah, maybe not always the same, because we will alternate. But however, we will continue our broadcast until 22 p.m., 10 p.m. UTC.
This is a special type of marathon. It's a relay marathon, so we don't have to run each of us the 42 kilometers, but we pass the relay, and maybe so. So Adriano will be our custodian that will.
No, it is a telethon. It's not a marathon, it's a telethon.
Okay,
however, yes. It's only 5 hours because yes, to be honest, I wanted to do it 24 hours, but yes, it was a little bit too demanding from the energy point of view.
Yes, Giulio has to leave. Thank you, Giulio, for joining us. Yes, you have to give classes, and I will leave also in the next 20 minutes. So
yes,
and
I will have also to leave because I am preparing my trip for this New Space Economy Forum, where I'm going early tomorrow to Rome. But I will bring the message from the Space Renaissance community. I will also use that. If you see the program, it's a new space economy, but there are various actors from the political world, from the economy, some new space economy, and also a young professional. We'll have also 2 young professionals with us, Serena Croti and Kato Kles from Belgium. Serena is from now from our LUNEX Eurospace Hub consortium. So, you know, we have got a new collaboration that includes 5 universities where we are trying to foster space research, space astronautics, and space entrepreneurship. And we are using this forum, New Space Economy in Rome, to promote our approach, but that includes also the part of Space Renaissance. And so we are going also to do a lot of business-to-business meeting. And so we will bring you some of the news from that. And we'll have also a booth there that's learning on the experience of what we have done at ISE. And we will use that also to meet, greet, and discuss partnership with other institutions. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Well, so now it's time to show my video. And
okay. Thank you, Bernard.
Really something exciting. Okay. This is Adriano Tino. I am the founder and former president of Space Renaissance International. Why I'm so happy today? Because in considering that during the last 2 years, from and during our and after our 3rd World Congress, the Space Renaissance International has grown very much, has grown in membership, has grown in funding, and we made very important things in 2022. Just to name a big festival in Berlin at the Arkenhall Observatory. We participated to the International Astronautical Federation, Organization and Congress, and we made an important workshop panel at the United Nations in September on the topic of civilian space development. And we will do more in 2023. We will make another workshop at the UN about adding the 18 SDG to the UN 17 SDGs of the Sustainable Development. That is to kick off the civilian space development, expanding civilization into space. So what we want to do, we want to create a bigger, very large support to this roadmap, that is to start moving outside our planet, to start industrializing the geolunar space, to start expanding into the solar system, to allow our 8 billion, now officially 8 billion, the United Nations announced it yesterday, 8 billion Earth citizens to keep on progressing and developing cultural, economical, industrial growth for the benefit of everyone, for 100% full inclusive society. Thanks to the great abundance of resources existing in the solar system, the asteroids, the moon, the planets, and everything. So please support us. We need more members. We need more money. So please use the links to the proper form to subscribe, to join us as members, and donating money or making a sponsorship if you have a company, if you are a space company, or even not a space company, but you are interested, you want to start working in space. Therefore, become a sponsor of Space Renaissance International. We will help you and you will help us. Okay, so it's a big work we have to do together. Thank you very much, everybody. We're waiting for you in our community, and ad astra.
Thank you so much, Adriano. But I saw just that Bernard has taken out his guitar, so maybe you want to make some song in between.
Yes, I was very inspired by Adriano, and I say so. We have in our repertoire some songs that we share with the Space Renaissance and the Moon Mars community. So I want to salute you here, and of course, do fly me to the moon.
But don't expect us to sing then. The chat is empty.
Let me see what spring is on Jupiter, on Mars, in another world. Take my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Okay, so that's what. And we invite you to sing it in all possible languages. And so for our next event, we will gather. So as indeed, we are very motivated to go to space, but we want to go with all humanities, so all aspects of humanities, be it knowledge, science, technology, engineering, business, but also all our humanities, arts, so friendship, and so love to the moon. And but also we need some business. So that's why we have this special Giving Tuesday, where we hope to get some contribution in the funding, but contribution also in terms of you joining Space Renaissance, in terms of bringing your skill, and also having your dream, and we can help you to realize some of your dreams jointly on some project that we can build with the Space Renaissance. So thank you to all, and so fly us to the moon.
Astra, yeah.
Space for all.
Thank you, Bernard, for joining us and for this nice words. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
Bernard has to leave now, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye, Bernard.
Yeah.
Well,
it's always a joy if he is joining us. Yeah, it's always nice. Yeah, Adriano, I'm going to.
Can we talk a little bit, because we have Werner here, he is the chair of one of our committees, so maybe we could talk a little bit about the orbital debris and near Earth objects committee.
Yes, I have read your mail today. Of course, I would like that you would be the co-chair of the committee. Okay?
Just let me share our first document, so you can maybe follow it if you like. It's okay?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is our methodology, why orbital debris are a problem, why orbital debris can be profitably considered in situ resources for the kickoff of orbital industrialization. Then we also talk about the NEOs, why NEOs are near Earth objects are a problem, and how to mitigate the threat of the NEOs, and why NEOs can be profitably considered in situ resources for the kickoff of space industrialization and settlement. So this is a very basic document collecting let me say, a few key concepts about orbital debris and near Earth objects. So maybe Werner, you would like to talk about the NEOs?
Yes, I'm very concerned about the NEO threat, of course, because it may happen every day. We are, in the last decade, we have detected many NEOs, and of course, some of these near-Earth objects are coming very close to Earth and even pass between Earth and Moon, like there is.
Can you stop sharing the screen that he can be seen?
Apophis, for example, is one of the very dangerous asteroids, which will pass around the year 2030. And as you can see on the map here, there are in the past have occurred many impacts during hundreds of billions of years. And I think we have to avoid such an incident which may erase our civilization if we do not develop countermeasures against this threat. Yes, maybe there are some very big objects which can only be intercepted by nuclear detonations. I think maybe we could make a scientific paper next year about this theme and about this item, because I have made some experiences with the Austrian Institute of Astronomy in Vienna in the last years, and I may have some information from them, from these colleagues, and maybe we could, Adriano, prepare also a scientific paper for a congress, if you want.
Great. Yes. Excellent. Good. Yes. We can also say that NEOs are not only a treat for our civilization. Yes, it's a big treat, of course, because if a big one come and impacts on Earth, it can be a life-ending event that it already happened sometimes in the past, some million years ago. But we should see the asteroids not only like a treat, but also like a big opportunity to kick off the space industrialization and settlement. A consideration is similar to the ones made about the orbital debris can be made about NEOs. The risk, of course, is different from the one posed by orbital debris. A killer asteroid impact on Earth is estimated in the order of 1 million years, yet with a potential life-ending effect. The probability of an orbital debris impact on a spacecraft is very much higher, with a high risk for the life of the spacecraft passenger, yet zero danger for life on Earth. Thinking about existential risk posed by NEOs, we could say that developing technologies and methodologies to protect our planet from possible impacts is a moral duty, even bigger than the obligation to reclaim orbit from space debris. Yet, the potential market is very much bigger as well. And maybe more important, such a market will not be subject to an end, yet we can just imagine a continuous growth. NEOs have a great potential for the following reasons, at least. Asteroid mining can yield the raw materials for producing fuel in space and for the building of space infrastructures. NEOs, properly dug inside, can be used to build space habitats endowed with simulated gravity by rotation and a valid protection from cosmic radiation by the interposition of many meters of rock between the habitat and the external space. So this is, let's say a beginning, a starting point to work about NEOs, about technologies and projects for mitigation of the risk and for industrial exploitment of the NEOs. A similar discourse can be made about orbital debris, because space junk has become a growing area of concern as the region of space immediately surrounding Earth becomes more and more crowded with rocket parts, satellites, and other man-made objects. These debris that travels approximately 15,700 miles per hour in lower Earth orbit poses a threat to both manned spacecraft and orbital stations. Several countries, including the USA, China, and India, have used missiles to blow up their own satellites, creating lots of new debris. So we have now a population of smaller and bigger debris that's impossible even to be accounted. The population of debris in orbit now is in the order of millions, and so it's a big treat, of course, even because while now there are techniques to avoid the proliferation, and the last generation of satellites have devices to the orbit them to bring them to burn into the atmosphere, re-entering the atmosphere at the end of their operative life. However, there are still many satellites that are producing new debris, because they are now no more operative, and they are subject to crash each other and to create smaller debris that are the most dangerous things. So to recover, to claim the orbit reclaim the orbit from debris is an imperative, is not an option for sure. However, we can also profitably consider space debris as in situ resources. Orbital debris cannot be considered only a threat to space navigation and the general problem to be resolved by public money. As any other waste, for instance, urban waste is on Earth's surface, orbital waste can be a source of profit if properly managed and processed by means of proper technologies and industrial initiatives. Considering orbital debris only as an issue of necessary cleaning means to consider them just as a voice of expenditure on the balance of the governments. In fact, there are also several laws proposals oriented to impose each polluter country to recover their own debris. Yet, such an approach will not solve the problem due to several reasons. Yes, it can mitigate, but not solve completely. First, a technical reason. It will be possible for an owner to recover big wreckages, the owner of which can be identified, yet it will not be possible to identify the owners of the vast majority of debris, too small to detect their origin. Such a solution would then leave in space millions of space debris, small debris, the most dangerous for space navigation. Secondly, the problem of space debris will be properly tackled only when it will be possible to draw a profit from them. By developing methods to collect man-made space debris in orbit, the harvested material could be processed on board of orbital workshops and contribute to the first steps of industrialization of the cislunar space. In such a perspective, the promise of a return will justify investments. One of the goals of this committee will be to investigate existing business plans for the development of orbital debris recovery and reuse industries. We are aware that such a market will one day have an end due to exhaustion of the main resource, provided that new debris will be no longer produced and the major part of all debris will be one day recovered. However, considering the huge quantity of existing debris in orbit, we believe that investment will be covered and a meaningful profit can be earned before exhaustion. Cleaning orbit from debris and turning them into a big business requires both legal evolution and technological development. Abiotic space resources call for abiotic space predators. We will need big space whales to eat and metabolize small debris like sea whales eat plankton, and we will need restless, agile space sharks seeking and catching big wreckages, avoiding them to collide, explode, and produce new small debris. So these are some numbers about the tracked objects, larger than 10 centimeters. They are 23,000. Well, they were when this evaluation was made, maybe now are more. And then we have 500,000 objects smaller than 10 centimeters and bigger than 1 centimeter. And we have particles bigger than 1 millimeter. These are more than 100 million, while the alive satellites, operative satellites, are only 3,500, but they are, however, increasing. Methods for processing debris in space, we can process and to get powders useful for propellants and soil for pharmaceutical flooring and other use. Okay, so all these kind of things are under study by several research groups in the world. So we can think about a circular economy in space. If we try to have a circular economy on Earth, why not to have it in space? And that would be very useful because it will reduce the cost of space industrialization and will keep the orbit clean from. Okay, so this is these are very very.
This was very yeah. Thank you, Adriano. I'm going to leave now. Thank you for joining during my staying here, and yeah, again, I would like to encourage you to donate, to support us, to join us, and yeah, and thank you for your help.
Thank you, Sabine, very
yeah,
much.
I wish you all a nice evening, Adriano. I wish you good luck for the next 3 hours, and yeah,
Leave me alone. Okay.
yeah, I told you that I have actually 1 hour, but now I'm here 2 hours.
Never mind.
Yeah, but thank you, and thank you for your help. Bye. Ad astra.
Bye. Ad astra. Okay, so what we can show now, maybe some other video. Let me check what we have. Okay, we'll see if I can recover my presentation at the United Nations. Just a moment. Yeah.
Wherever we go, we have to learn. Is to create a world in which humanity and nature live in harmony. Full stop. We need to do this by 2045. If we don't have a deadline, it's never going to happen.
Are you ready?
Okay, just a moment. I will share my screen. This is not a long presentation. It's just 10 minutes. Okay, unmute, start video, share my screen. Share. And okay, you can see?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So, okay, so this is the overview of my presentation. Are these 17 SDGs an unfeasible utopia is my question. And how to transform the utopia in an utopia. Utopia is a place that can be made, while utopia is a place that doesn't exist and cannot be made. The further development within the boundaries of planet Earth would be dangerous for civilization and for the environment. The civilian space development perspective is the only possible sustainable development. So this is the concept. Looking at the agenda, the 17 goals, we can note that there are 3 goals that are, let me say, most relevant with respect to the other goals. The 7th, the 8th, and the 9th goal. Affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. These goals are key, or let's say the pillars to sustain all the other goals. However, as we have a look at what we are doing or trying to do, we can observe that civilization can survive and continues to progress without paper. But as long as we will renounce to paper, we will increase the electricity consumption. And of course, paper cannot be abandoned in all cases. So this guy is reading his newspaper, sitting in the toilet. He can, of course, do the same thing reading on a laptop, but cannot do other important things by means of a laptop. So, okay, paper, we still need paper, but this is just a joke, let me say. So the important thing is that the less we use paper, the more we will need electricity. And this is an important problem, very important. So I have reorganized the SDGs, putting on the ground the 3 pillars: energy, economic growth, and industry. That is industrial development. On the 2nd floor, I put the human rights, social issues, on poverty, no hunger, etc. On the 3rd floor, the planet Earth environment, and on the top, methodology, that is peace and partnership and responsible consumption, and so on. The point is all of this castle sustainable? Can we go ahead developing these goals on Earth? My observation is that the 3 pillars goal, energy, economic growth, and industry will crash with the environmental goals. The conflictual factors, or not this the main, but there are many, energy demand that will increase by web society and electric mobility, scarcity of key materials, rare earths, raising new resources, wars and conflicts, pollution increased by disposal of batteries and technological wastes, oceans overexploitation and pollution, social issues increased by multiple crises. So the only way to realize the 17 Sustainable Development Goals is to add an 18th goal, that is civilian space development. This is the key sustainability factor to support all the rest of the SDGs. So the key word is sustainability. The only sustainable development for 8 billion people is beyond the limit of this planet. We have to think about that. When somebody say that we can do something for free of charge, this is a lie, because if somebody makes something free of charge, it means that he is stealing something to someone else. This is a balance law of nature in any system, in any ecosystem. This is true. Expansion is indispensable to avoid any degrowth drift. The growth would kill human freedom, culture, and social nature. Confined in a cage, democracy will be crushed among nationalism, sovereignty, and neo-authoritarian feudal powers. An extraterrestrial society shall begin to exist. The horizon of expansion will restart social growth, hope in the future, and civil growth. The space diaspora brings many benefits. First of all, survival of civilization. Mother Earth could draw her breath by the beginning of this process. The children of Earth are ready for their primary school, as Kraft Erike called development stage 1 on the moon. When children grow up, they start moving out of home and the mother gets young again. So civilian space development will contribute to the SDGs in several ways. Energy. Progressive relocation of the industrial development to the geolunar space will restrict the energy demand on Earth's surface to the one of private citizens. Social growth, development of the civilian Atlantic industry will raise economy at double figure, business opportunity and employment accordingly. Peace and collaboration, wars for resources will be delivered to history, losing their main cause. Environment, the environment of planet Earth will be relieved of the burden of industrial development. And cosmic safety, extraterrestrial development will mitigate the risk of premature extinction of our species by cosmic accidents. So expanding civilization is a globular concept. Not a point-to-point round trip exploration, but a global expansion. And this could be the anthroposphere in the geolunar system with regular connections and regular infrastructure for fueling, for tourism and so on. So we are at the recommendation, 3 last slides, and I took inspiration from the title of the International Astronautical Congress 73 that just finished in Paris a few days ago. That is space for all. So this is a goal, of course, it's not a reality yet. What to do to make it a reality? Space for all is a financial issue. Many people think that allowing everyone to go to space is a problem of money. That is not true. It is a scientific and political challenge. It is paramount important to move first meaningful steps of civilian space development before 2030. Political leaderships need to adopt a coherent strategy, a steps roadmap, and science needs to overcome some serious challenges. So these are the most important goals to be advanced before 2030. Fully reusable, safe and ergonomic vehicles for civilian passengers and cargo transportation in space. Producing fuel in space from moon and asteroid resources. Removing orbital debris and their reutilization as in situ space resources. Building logistic infrastructures and habitats in orbit and moon Lagrange points endowed with simulated gravity. moon and asteroid mining to get materials for space infrastructure construction, sustaining the new space industry worldwide by grants and fiscal reduction, training and education, collaboration between space agencies and private enterprises to share the best practices, sustaining the space tourism industry and market segment, currently the only sector trying to transport untrained civilians in space. Help the non-governative organization to spread their philosophical contribute to space community, since there's no strategy without philosophy. So the science challenges enabling life in space, because living and working in space is totally different from short exploration scientific missions. The mission requirements are different, particularly with respect to human health. There's a number of scientific issues which need better consideration and priority. It is our main recommendation to the UN that such research strains, as well as the above-mentioned space strategy, will be promoted in every context where strategic decisions are undertaken. First, protection against sun and cosmic radiation, necessary to allow long-time and permanent residence in space. Simulated gravity, necessary to avoid quick change of human physiology, giving the freedom to space settlers to go back to Earth when they like so. Green environment and water in space, necessary to assure an environment similar to the earthly one for biological and psychological needs. Low-cost space transportation systems for civilian passengers and cargo. Low acceleration and safe and comfortable atmospheric re-entry mechanism. So, last one, the last recommendation, expansion into space is a path of hope. Any pre-Copernican earthbound strategy will not bring again the hope in the heart of people. In a trans-terrestrial world, many social and environmental goals will be very much improved. Now, poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, climate, life below water, life on land. This will be the ultimate utopia. Yet, the most important condition will be greatly achieved. People will have hope and projects to work for, and this is the real difference. Please note that the trans-terrestrial concept is due to Dr. Marie-Louise Heuser, that is the head of the Space Renaissance Philosophy Laboratory. Okay, I'm done. If somebody wants to join the Space Renaissance, just use this QR code and go to the registration form. Thank you very much. Well, so as you see, we are very much engaged on with the institutions and with the general public. We are insisting in everywhere where we are working. We are insisting that we need to go public. The space community needs to go public. It is a duty. We are doing this battle, this struggle, for instance, in the IAF. So what we have seen in the International Astronautical Congress in Paris is that IAF is really a very big organization, and they have contacts, they have connections with governments. In Paris, we saw several ministers of the French government to give speeches and to meet the IAF directors and to talk together about how space can contribute to sustainability and all these kind of things. But what is the point? The point is that if you look at the news in television, very rarely, not to say never, you will see some IAF representatives to talk to the people, to the large audience. So if you go in the street and you ask the people if they, any people, if they know what is the International Astronautical Federation, they don't know it. But it would be very, very important if some representative of the IAF will show up in the news ads, in television, on the radio, on the newspapers, and so on. So we are making this this proposal that the space community needs to go public, to go to talk to the people at large. That doesn't mean to make let me say a scientific outreach, because yeah, we don't claim that all the people understand the astrophysics and the very hard scientific concepts that are on the base of space flight. But what we would like is that people understand how space can be the solution for 8 billion citizens of Earth to keep on growing and progressing. This is the really important, and this is a philosophical, not only it's a philosophical concept, and it is also a political concept, because if we talk from a philosophical point of view that our future is in space, and it can only be that, this is an imperative. It's not an option, it's an imperative. Then from this philosophical concept, we have to draw the political decisions that are needed to make it happen.
I think that the key argument should be that it is a question of survival of the human species in the future. This should be the key argument. And I think we need maybe the contact to journalists who are willing to write and to speak about our items.
Yes, yeah, definitely, yes. Yes, but yes, the impression that I had in Paris, seeing those ministers that were shaking their hands together with Pascal Ehrenfreund and the new president, because Pascal ended her period of 3 years now, and we have a new president of the IAF that now I'm sorry, I don't remember the name in this moment. However, they were shaking their hand, they were discussing, they were agreeing on the importance of the space activities in general. And I was thinking about why we cannot see in normal days, in the newspapers, in the news hits, in television, the same person discussing the same thing. Okay, I don't claim that they adopt our specific positions. They can simply say what they used to say. They talk about space systems, they talk about satellites, they talk about the benefits of space for Earth, the GPS and the Earth observing and all these kind of things. This is important too, even if it is not the solution. The solution is not to use space for Earth. The solution is to go outside and start using space resources for space development, for developing infrastructures, for developing settlements, for the industry, and so on. And so, but however, it is at the minimum important that people understand the importance of space. We could say that in this moment, in the general crisis that there is in the world, and there are for a few months the economy tries to rise again, and then it comes another crisis, big crisis, now the war that is depressing economy again, and the price of energy is going up, and this is depressing the economy, depressing industry, and many companies are closing, and so on. So we continuously in the closed world. In the closed world, we have new crises each year. The COVID, then the war, then what's next. So, while if we think about space, the space economy is, however, growing. We are going to 1 trillion very much before 2040. That was just 1 year ago. Some economists make a forecast about 1 trillion space economy in 2040. Now we will reach it in 2 years now, maybe, because we are only half of that way. We are half a trillion already. The volume of space economy. So the space economy is growing. And with the fully reusable space vehicle, SpaceX, Starship, it will grow even more. And when we will start mining asteroids and mining the moon and producing fuel in space, that will be another big, giant step, because it will reduce the cost of any space mission. Having fuel in space, if you can go in orbit and refuel them, instead of taking all the fuel from Earth, that would be a downsizing, a meaningful downsizing of the cost of any mission. So this is the roadmap. This is the strategy.
Yes, and I think in the long run we should also try to put the whole heavy industry into space, because there would be no pollution of the ecological system of Earth.
Yes.
This
Yes.
is the key point, one of the key points in future.
Yeah, that's the Jeff Bezos plan, basically. Yeah, very, very important. Okay. Well.
Well, Adriano, I have to leave too. My family is calling.
Okay. Thank you for joining, Werner. Yes, we okay. We will leave the connection open. I will myself eat something too, and then I will start in half an hour or so. But the broadcasting will be continuing.
Have a nice evening. Have a nice evening. Bye bye.
To you. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Okay. We're going live. Okay. I will now send the video of a very interesting webinar we made a few weeks ago with Alberto Cavallo on geopolitics. We are live.
Yeah, no? Hello, I warmly welcome you to our 27th webinar by the Academy of Space Renaissance International. My name is Sabine Heinz. Moment, I have to put it here. So, my name is Sabine Heinz and I'm the host of our webinar series. And on the 17th of October 2022, I'm delighted that you have come to join us. We have people watching from New York, from Great Britain, and from Norway, from Italy, from Germany. And I'm happy to announce today our special guest, it's Alberto Cavallo from Italy, one of the founders and member of the board of SRI. Hello, Alberto.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Alberto will speak today about astropolitics, and I think it is a very interesting topic. And I also would like to welcome Adriano Ottino. He's one of our vice presidents and former president and founder of the SRI.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
And Alberto, before I leave you to the stage, I would like to introduce you to our audience.
Thank you.
Alberto Cavallo is an electrical engineer, graduated at the Politecnico di Torino in 1985. He began his activity with designing electric systems in Fiat Engineering and the engineering and construction company of the Fiat Group, moving soon to control and automation systems in the same company. He was involved in all business areas of the company, which included revamping and new projects of car factories for the Fiat Group, as well as large infrastructures, power and co-generation plants for external clients. Since Fiat Engineering was transferred from Fiat Group to a new EPC group and then merged with a large EPC company in Milan, he has been involved in large oil and gas and petrochemical projects all over the world. Besides his professional activities, he has always taken part in several cultural activities. Alberto Cavallo was a member of the associations of alumni of the Liceo Classico Vittorio Alfieri of Turin, active in promoting humanistic culture as well as its connection to the technical and scientific area. He managed a website with 3W Eurinome Italy about philosophy, science, and politics and geopolitics. Because of this, he got in contact with Adriano Ottino and his technologies of the frontiers, TDF, then becoming one of the founding members of Space Renaissance International, as I mentioned. And besides several papers in his professional area, he has written several articles for his own site for TDF and SRI, also Space Renaissance International, co-authoring the book 3 Theses for the Space Renaissance with Adriano Ottino and Patrick Collins. Alberto, we are curious to learn what you will tell us today about astropolitics, and the stage is yours. You may share your screen.
Thank you very much, Sabine. Thank you, all the audience we have today. Thank you for coming. And then let's start with the astropolitics. I'll share my presentation now. Okay. I hope that you can see the first page of my presentation.
Yeah. Yes, moment.
Okay.
Yes, perfect.
So, first of all, space renaissance supports peaceful civilian expansion into outer space. But just read the instructions. This is the joke. Better the manifesto and the Congress resolutions. But there is another point of view about space and especially into it, not just as peaceful as here we are talking about that. So essentially, space has become a part of the international politics. What is geopolitics, first of all? Geopolitics is a study of international relations in consideration of geography, That is the study of the relations among states and state-like organization and how they are influenced by geography. That means both human and physical geography, meaning the territories, their characteristics, the climate, the natural resources, but also man-made things like population, like culture, like of course, the power of nations and their economy. And everything that falls into the field of geography as it influences the international relations. And there is no doubt that the international relations are mostly about national interest and power, meaning the domination, meaning that there is always a
Alberto, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are seeing a black rectangle on the right of the
okay.
video. I don't know if you see it.
I think you can. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah. It's fine now. Okay.
Oh, okay. It's it's an effect. It's a malfunction of Zoom, but I found. Okay. Nowadays, what happened? Geopolitical analysts recognize that outer space has established its role among geopolitical factors and is now decisive. And then we will see how it's working in the current events and even current wars. And why astropolitics? Of course, geopolitics comes from the geo prefix means Earth. If we go into space, it becomes astropolitics. This word is not invented by me. This word exists at least since 2002, when Everett Dolman wrote a book entitled Astropolitik, with K, the German form, and in 2002, and he used this term to indicate exactly what I'm talking about now. And of course, as space renaissance, we introduced the concept of space, not war. We tried to do many things about that. And this concept is very dear to us. But unfortunately, it seems that the reverse is happening. Last year, the Italian geopolitical journal Limes, which is Limes is the Latin word for boundary, for border. And the last number of 2021 was entitled Spaces for Making War. Because our concept of space, not war, was the idea that space can give the opportunity to expand without conflict and to develop advanced industry, not for making vehicles, but for making other things like space vehicles and structures. Because, you know, military industry is very important in today's world. And the aerospace industry could be redirected to peaceful use, but unfortunately, it's not happening too much. Because nations are much more competitive than cooperative. In the current situation, we all know, unfortunately, it's getting worse. Cooperation in space is still there, but it's being reduced, it's waning. It's still there because, you know, the Russians and the Americans are still together in the ISS, but many other initiatives have been stopped, like, for instance, the European Mars rover that was to be sent into space by the Russians, then everything has been stopped. And there is not only the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but this is a very good example, unfortunately, of what is happening now. And even in space, therefore, there are points of attrition and competition between nations. So nations are bringing their conflicts to space too. And then we are giving some hints about what's happening in Ukraine. First of all, we are talking about geopolitics and astropolitics. So we are not talking about moral issues. So this is analysis. It's very important to say because we are all invested by this, of course, by propaganda, war propaganda on both sides is arriving to us. We don't want to say now who is right, who is wrong. This is about what's happening. And because geopolitics and astropolitics is about what's happening, not about who is right and who is wrong. If we go to the current war, a lot is happening in space too. even if maybe the mainstream media are not saying very much about this. But for instance, fires cannot be hidden. So it's possible to understand where fires and bombardments are going on from a site dedicated to tracking fires. I will show this. This is a NASA website. It's the Fire Information for Resource Management System. This is intended to manage forests and forest fires and other things relevant to the environment or agriculture, to the management of forests. But what you see here is Ukraine. And the fires you are seeing here are the fires of the war. This image is centered on Zaporizhzhia. You know, this place is very famous, the place of the nuclear plant. In fact, the nuclear plant is not the same place as the city, but because the city is still in Ukrainian hands, while the nuclear power plant is controlled by the Russians. And then, so we can see that with a free available website, we can see what's happening, thanks to NASA satellites. So you can imagine what is possible to military satellites. We all know that Starlink has become the main communication infrastructure of Ukraine because the ground-based infrastructures of communication have been severely damaged. So essentially both military and civilian communication of Ukraine is now based on space. Elon Musk Starlink. By the way, Elon Musk is now discussing about the fact that he wants to be paid about that. But for now, it's still going on for free. And but he is not so happy about that. Positioning systems are widely used to guide airplanes and ground vehicles, but also weapons. The United States supplied the Ukrainians with the HIMARS artillery rocket system. You can see it here. This is an artillery system very important for the Ukrainians because this system allowed the Ukrainians to stop the Russians and then start a counterattack. These rockets are this launcher launches rockets that can have a range between 100 and 300 kilometers, and they are guided by the GPS. There is an intelligence center in Germany, in Ramstein, where the Americans have a center for intelligence that collects data from the satellites, and they send the GPS coordinates of Russian targets to the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians can target these rockets to the Russian targets by just entering the GPS coordinates, because these rockets are guided by the satellites. So I think you can go to the next one. Okay, so space access are now decisive for wars. They are used to guide weapons. They are used to guide vehicles, of course. And of course, there are also countermeasures as it happens in war. Denial of use of one's own systems and jamming of the opponents are used now currently. And it's why all major powers have their own positioning systems. You know, everybody has a GPS. GPS is an American military system that is allowed to be used for civilian use. Everybody uses it for the navigators, and all smartphones are connected. Every device that includes positioning uses either GPS or other systems. The Russians have their own, the GLONASS, and they have launched another GLONASS satellite just yesterday or the day before. China has its own. Again, they don't want to rely on the American system, of course, they cannot. I have 3 devices here on my desk, 2 smartphones connected to the GPS, and 1 tablet that is connected both to GPS and also to GLONASS. It is a Chinese tablet. It's also connected to GLONASS, to the Russian one. Of course, in a higher level of war, space assets will become targets. And we have anti-satellite weapons. They have been tested by the USA, China, Russia, and also India. They can be launched by the ground, from the ground, or from airplanes. For instance, the Americans have an anti-satellite wave rocket that can be launched by fighter planes. An F-15 can launch a rocket against a satellite. Some may be stationed in orbit. It's believed that at least Russia has some, because it's been found that some Russian satellites are following and approaching the satellites of other nations. They have not done anything hostile, but they could. And in space, you don't need to do a big explosion. In fact, explosions are not so practical in space. The best thing is that you can just send your asset to collide and to have a big collision, big crash, and then everything is destroyed. And China has made it clear that it would target American assets in space in case of a direct conflict to prevent the use and support of military activities, because they are essential, we have seen. They are absolutely essential. And if we go back now in history to the time of the first flight into space, it was done by Germany in October 1942. That means almost exactly 80 years ago. It was a General Walter Dornberger who gave clearance for the start, and the rocket was an A4 designed by Werner von Braun, of course. The A4 was an experimental rocket and was launched vertically, and it reached the space, meaning it reached the Kármán line. It means the location, the height where aerodynamical controls are not effective anymore, so it is space. Unfortunately, of course, the A4 was transformed into the V2 rocket weapon. It was something not so much different from what we have now. The only big difference between the V2 and the HIMARS is that the V2 had, of course, a very much older guidance systems, and it was less precise in hitting the target. But in those times, it was impossible to stop it. Nowadays, there are anti-missile systems and so on. Von Braun said that after the war that they were working for space exploration, they accepted military use because it was the only way to proceed with their studies. It's the fact that he was detained for some time because the Nazis accused him that he was not so keen on the military use of these rockets. Anyway, I believe that he really wanted just to go to space, and he did after. And he was just using the opportunity of, unfortunately, there was the Second World War going on, and it was the only means to go on. But this is how space travel was unique. And then in the 50s, what happened? The main point is that a rocket capable to launch a payload into orbit is capable of launching a warhead on another continent, an intercontinental ballistic missile. Because if you can launch a satellite, you can launch anything in every part of the world. That means nuclear bombs. And it was apparent that bombers were becoming less and less credible as weapon delivery devices because anti-aircraft defenses were advancing. It was understood in the Korean War, for instance, that the B-29 and the B-50, the American bombers of the last phase of World War II, and by the way, B-29 was the bomber that bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And it was easy for a MiG-15 to shoot down a B-29. So on the other side, the Soviet Union had no bases near the USA, because while the USA could send the bombers from Europe, the Soviet Union could not send a bomber directly to American territory, only to Europe, but not to America. So it was very important for them to have long-range rockets. By the way, the nuclear bombs were a little bigger and more heavier than the American ones. So they had the very good rockets. Of course, they were also coming from the work of von Braun and his team. But they developed very much these rockets, and they had ready a launcher for the Sputnik, because the rocket that you can see in the picture is the launcher of the Sputnik 1, but it is the same as an R-7 ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile. It was designed for H-bombs, and then it was used for a satellite. Also, the Americans did the same, because the first rockets of the Americans were the Preston family. They were IRBMs, the intermediate range, and they were a little behind in those times. In fact, the Soviets arrived first, but they were derived from military rockets as well. And of course, you can use assets in orbit also for spying, for reconnaissance, that is spying, or as you want to call it. The Americans had very little information on what was happening in Russia, what was happening with the Soviet military. And they used the spy planes like this one. I put the image because this is a beautiful plane, in my opinion. But it is a famous U-2 that was shot down by the Soviets in 1960. The Americans were overflying the Soviet territory with this kind of planes at very high level. But in the end, the Soviets with their rockets could shoot them down. And of course, in that time, it became more useful to have satellites for doing that job. So the Sputnik was a shock for the Americans, because the Sputnik meant that the USSR was able to deliver nuclear weapons to every location on Earth, and it was able to spy everywhere in the world. And of course, satellites can fly everywhere, and because it is illegal for airplanes to fly on the territory of another nation without permit. But for satellites, what can you say? For satellites go everywhere, and no one ever dared say that it is satellites are not allowed to fly. So the official reason, of course, that was written in the newspapers was that it was for advancement of science, but it was, of course, for spying, and of course the rockets were also as weapons. And of course, everybody was thinking about weapons. In 1958, General Conor Bushy was said that those who control the moon control the Earth, because the moon is a perfect radiation base. If you have a nuclear weapons based on the moon, your enemy cannot attack you on Earth, because otherwise, of course, you can retaliate from the moon. So a lunar base with nuclear weapons can be very interesting from a military point of view. And so it was a good reason to be first on the moon. Of course, it was clear to both sides that in the Cold War that pursuing this goal was being pursued for real. And both recognized that they would not be able to prevent the other side from reaching the moon, albeit a second, or even only placing weapons in space. In fact, they reached very quickly an agreement about the outer space treaty. Because if you also consider a weapon placed in orbit, if you launch an ICBM, if you launch a rocket from the ground, you have an ascent phase where the powerful engines are very visible. If you have your own satellites that are spying the enemy territory, you can see the rockets being launched. While if you have a nuclear weapon in orbit, it's very easy to deorbit it with a very, very little push and then make it fall on the target in a very short time and with no early warning. So both sides, in the end, were eager to prevent the opponent from placing armaments, from placing nuclear weapons in orbit. And so they reached, in 1967, the conclusion that it was better to prohibit everybody to place weapons in space, to place nuclear weapons, because it's not totally prohibited to place weapons in space, only weapons of mass destruction. And in fact, they could place in orbit even non-nuclear and non-explosive devices. Kinetic bombing, for instance, is an idea of weapon, space weapon. It is just a metal bar, a tungsten bar, 6 meter. The Americans studied this in 2003. A 6 meter long bar of tungsten. It can be just shot down from the space and seen by its own weight and the shape, aerodynamic shape, it can reach very high speed and so very high kinetic energy. Equivalent, a bar like that has the energy of more than 10 tons of TNT. But an equivalent destructive tower can be obtained with ground or air-launched missiles if you can. So it's not necessary. In the end, it would be very costly. No one ever tried to do something like that, just because a weapon like the HIMARS is much more effective in the end. We have described before how it works, and it's very much simpler and much less expensive. So what happened with the space race? We see it from the geopolitical point of view. The Outer Space Treaty stopped placing weapons in space. So these two big rockets, I put the images of the two competing rockets because in those times I was just a young boy in the 60s. I was there, but and I saw everything of the American side. I saw nothing of the Russian side, of course. Now we know everything about what Russians did, and this is what is the N1 rocket that unfortunately never worked. It exploded several times on the launch pad, and so they gave up because since it was not about placing weapons, it was not by seizing places in those times, and so why be the second? It's better if you are the first. You have an image, the advantage. You have an image boost, but if you are second, this works nothing. So the Russians gave up. And also the Americans, after reaching the moon, of course, the Apollo program was very important from the science point of view, because the astronauts did really a big lot of science and the amount of information that they brought back is huge. But in the end, the last 3 flights of Apollo were cancelled, and the Mars program that von Braun proposed immediately was rejected. The Americans were too eager to make war in Vietnam and not going to Mars. During the last decades of the 20th century, the only motivation for going to outer space was the human crews for scientific research. So there were experiments, very important, but limited to low Earth orbit, like the American Skylab and the Russian Mir. Both of them were very important for science, and both of them reached significant results. And then they, after the fall of the Soviet Union and so on, with what happened? Some nations joined forces and they built the ISS. That is a laboratory, and very expensive one, by the way. China was left out, and then China is going on its own. We will see after. The exploration of the solar system by automatic probes went on, and no significant progress in true expansion into outer space was made. We all know we are in a very big delay. If we could have followed the suggestions by von Braun, we could have reached Mars in the 1980s or maybe 1990s. And you remember the famous movie 2001 Space Odyssey. It describes a travel to Jupiter in 2001, but it was possible. It was not. It's not just science fiction. It was based on possible projects, but they were not done because there was no interest from the nation. By the way, from the side of the nation, the political decision makers. So exploration went on with robotic probes, and some discoveries were made. And water was found on the moon and essentially everywhere. It's very interesting. This is very important because I remember a science fiction movie where they were desperately looking for water in somewhere in space. But now we know that water is everywhere. It's on the moon, it's on Mars. The comets are made of water. Most of the moons of the outer solar system planets are essentially made of water. So, for instance, water is everywhere. And we know asteroids are full of metals and everything. So the idea of exploiting extraterrestrial resources reappeared. also in what is geopolitical analysis. In 2002, Everett Dolman wrote a book entitled Astropolitik. And he wrote this like this way because he was making a reference to a book by the German author Haushofer, who was one of the founders of geopolitics. And so he wanted to make a reference to that. And this book is dealing about expansion into space, but many considerations are about the necessity of expanding, providing resources into space to allow the growth of the nations. Not so much different with what we say in space renaissance. He didn't mention Kraft-Erik and other people we always mention, but he makes a reference to Dandridge Cole mostly for his ideas. And he showed that the principle of geopolitics could start to be applied to outer space. A much more complex and articulated vision, not just putting weapons in space. It's about expanding in space to increase the resources of the nations and to make nations more powerful. And here we go back to even to 19th century, because in 19th century there was this gentleman, was Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan of the US Navy. He wrote a very, very influential book, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. This is an essential book where he studied the events not of the 19th century, but before, or the 17th and 18th century, how the British Empire was formed and what were the conflicts between the sea powers of the time. And essentially, he showed how the development of sea power is strictly linked to the developed economy and is essentially linked to all the economy, all the structure of the nation. During the two world wars, the USA took the place of the UK, of course. And in perfect accord with his theories, the Cold War ended with the main sea power, the USA, prevailing in the struggle with the continental opponent, the USSR. This is about everything, because about the development that makes military power, and also military power helps development. This is an essential part in Mahan's analysis. And he showed very well how dominating the sea means having the upper hand in international relations. Why are we talking about the sea? Because the space is like the sea. The sea is a wide space, 2/3 of the earth, where people cannot settle but can travel. It is huge but has strategic positions that the sea power can control without extending its forces too widely. Because seafaring nations can develop strong economic structure through trade and the use of remotely available resources. And all these concepts apply to space as well as to the sea. Planets and asteroids are like continents and islands. Means immensely there are specific points from where it's possible to control human activities on planets in space, because for instance, gravitation creates positional advantage and so on. Because of course, how could Britain dominate the world? Britain is not so large as a nation, but it's very important to find the right places where you want to place your bases. If you look at the map of the world and find the strategic places of the sea, in every single strategic place, there is a British base that then maybe became an American base. So distance is not important. There are other concepts. Position counts. In space, delta V counts. If you are out of a gravity well, you are halfway to everywhere. Lagrange points are essential because they are points where it's very advantageous to place things. Like, for instance, straits are in the sea. And bases for fueling and refurbishment count much more than territories. For instance, in the 19th century, it was very important to have places for refueling the ships. And it is the same for spaceships. Because you need a place where you can find fuel. And you can have fuel storage. This is like the paradox of the sea. Mahan explained that Portugal is nearer to Britain than to Spain, because Portugal is connected to Britain much better. And it was strategic to the British to win the struggle against Spain. In space, it is Mars is nearer to the moon than to the Earth, for instance. There are many concepts that are the same. So, a quick start of human expansion in space is needed for the good reasons that SRI is giving, among others, and that are explained in several documents. But on another side, historical, the motivations drive human enterprises have always been profit and power. Geopolitics and now astropolitics analyze how nations became in consideration of economic and political factors based on geography, that is the study of places and human-built physical and social structures. While agreeing with the SRI positions, astropolitics indicates national and private also interest as the strongest motivation. Expansion in space can happen, it is perceived as necessary for private and national interest, it is political and economic competition. Settlement on the moon, for instance, was not considered in the 60s and the 70s because politicians and entrepreneurs did not believe it possible. Even if von Braun, Kohl, Eric, O'Neill were laying the principle of expansion into space, but politicians were not leading. But now, politicians and entrepreneurs are understanding that this expansion into outer space is possible, and competition helps, because reluctant politicians and constituents were convinced with the idea that, for instance, if America does not establish a permanent lunar base, China will. And the Chinese probably are already convinced, they already believe that it's better to be the first on the moon, to make a base, not the first on the moon, just to arrive there and put a flag. Then, if they put a flag to say, this is ours. And then it's becoming incomprehensible that if you take possession of extraterrestrial resources, you can dominate the Earth. Because if your economic structure can be improved, if you can plug into the resources of space, you can make your nation stronger and you can dominate the Earth. Now governments are starting to think this. And now the race to the moon is not a race to the moon to just to be the first there and plant the flag and we are the first and bye-bye. There are places that are give advantages, so now they want to take possession of the places. Lunar poles, for instance, and Lagrange points. Lunar poles are essential because they are the places where you can find much water and you can have energy, always energy, because solar energy, because there are places in the lunar poles that are constantly lit by the sun. But the lunar poles are not so big. So it's very important to be first there. Current international treaties do not allow to take exclusive possession of anything in space, because space is considered a common possession of humanity. But as soon as a nation needs to be ready to do that, they can retreat from that treaty or declare it outdated and ineffective. Because unfortunately, there is no one to enforce international treaties if nations don't want to apply them. Once a nation will feel that it can take possession of something in space, that nation can say, okay, the treaty is not anymore valid. We have taken this, and if you want it to come here and fight. Once you have started to consider tour expansion into outer space, geopolitical consideration come in, and nations have to compete to a new level. When a weak Russia instead of praise the USSR and only scientific research was considered, cooperation was natural, and the ISS was created. All the nations who were already involved in space were involved, except China. In the new century, of course, this window of opportunity for peaceful cooperation is closing. Because USA and Russia are clashing. Everybody agrees that the main contenders in any case are USA and China. And India and Turkey are also involved. India very much, but also Turkey. And unfortunately, the European Union is not a geopolitical entity. The single nation of Europe are. France, Germany, Britain, Italy, they have some space policy, especially France. But we are not here to analyze the position of each nation. Unfortunately, there is no European position, geopolitical position. Only about, we are talking about many nice things, but not about geopolitical and so astropolitical considerations. And we have no truly advanced launchers. We depend on the Americans. Because sorry to say that, but Ariane 6 is obsolete before the first launch. Because you can see what is the meaning, what is Falcon 9 compared with that. In this conflictual scenario, space is taking place. It's taking its place. Besides mentioned, private entities are also entered the fray, of course. The private subjects are essentially all American. And this is a very strong point for the USA. Space interests in other countries depends on agencies and governments. Several politicians and general public may not understand, but Chinese rulers do. So they are trying to foster some private enterprises also in China. The first nation that has installed a communication device in a ground point is China. The Xiechao satellite in 2018 to allow the communication with the probe. They landed there in 2019 on the far side of the moon, the first ever to land on the far side of the moon. And their exploration is finalized to finding resources and preparing for future settlement. Long-term planning is typical of the Chinese, we all know. And it's more difficult for Western countries to plan for in long term, because we have elections every 4 or 5 years, and this is a drawback of democracy. The American concept is or should be, because we have the SLS and we should discuss very much about that, letting private companies do the job with the government support where needed. American space power can develop the same lines of British power of the past. In China, there is a parallel system as well, but state-owned entities will prevail, and the private companies are much more subject to government supervision. This compares well with the enhanced description of the competition between Britain and France in the 17th and 18th century for sea power, because in Britain there was a cooperation between private companies and the government, the state. And with much interaction, and for instance, we all know that the British Empire was created by the private company, the East India Company. It was a joint stock company. It was basically it created the British Empire in Asia. While France was much more like China, because the French governments always wanted to control everything in the economy in those times. Also, the institution of the two nations were different, because France was a kingdom, an absolute kingdom, while Britain was a constitutional constitution. There was no constitution. There is still a constitution in Britain, but it's a parliamentary kingdom. But now private space is very important. Everybody knows that the largest number of performed by a private entity for private purposes, SpaceX with Starlink. Private initiatives brought tremendous cost reduction. The total cost of development of Falcon, the total cost of development of Falcon 9 launch system was equivalent to a 3/5 of a single space shuttle launch, $300 million against $500 million. So, launching a single space shuttle flight costed much more than the total development of the Falcon 9. After the device of space shuttle, the USA recovered the ability to send crews to space with a new commercial model, where even missions contracted by agencies like NASA make use of launchers and vehicles fully developed, owned and managed by a private entity like SpaceX. SpaceX is now leveraging its capability to launch multiple low-cost missions to develop a fully private telecommunications satellite constellation, Starlink, intended to give speedy internet connectivity to remote areas with bad or no ground connection. But what is happening now? Starlink has become an essential service for war-torn Ukraine. Ukraine has lost ground services because of war, not because of the territory. And now Starlink is essential for that. Starlink has become a weapon in a certain sense. And by the way, it is because the Ukrainian army is receiving information from the American intelligence through Starlink. This is the confirmation of Mahan's theory about the sea. Sea trade allows economic prosperity. Sea power is, first of all, economic power, and political power derives from it. Space power is starting to follow the same path. Government is needed to support private enterprise, but also to wield military power, because a private enterprise needs to be protected from a military point of view. Otherwise, a militarily powerful nation could disrupt your trade. So military power leverages on the commercial fleet and defends the commercial fleet, both sides. So the true space race is starting now. It's about resources and settlement, not just science. National interest comes as a fundamental factor. Competition among nations is in fact starting to fuel expansion. It's likely that it can be more effective than cooperation as a motivation for people and governments. It's already apparent how there are at least 3 competing nations in the space race, each one with the plans for space stations, moon settlements, USA, Russia, and China. As mentioned earlier, India is moving to join them and has long-term plans of its own. Russia is living off the achievements of the past. Their space technology is good, dependable, but it's outdated, and they are not improving very much. Due to the disastrous decision to start the war in Ukraine, of course, that it is destroying its position and economy, its future in space is uncertain and may be ancillary to China. It's already happening. Russia is joining China because they are giving China technology, but China is developing its own, also copying American one. And basically, on that side, there is China mostly. India has good plans and has the political will. Its resources are smaller and it has not capability of launching crew for now. They are going to there too. The Indians are very good. If you look at, they have found a way to make cheap launchers, and they have a high success rate. Europe can only support the USA, since the economic and industrial model of Europe is outdated. Europe is not following this path. And there are no consistent plans. For instance, there are plans for reusable launchers in Europe. Therefore, the main competitors are USA and China. So I put just to see the symbols. On the left, you see the symbol of the Chinese space agency, and on the right you have the symbol of the United States Space Force, the military. Because America has 3 pillars: private enterprise, NASA, and the new Space Force. China is trying to develop, as we said before, a private.
Okay, we interrupt the lecture from Alberto Cavallo, since we have Corinne Graham here with us, and maybe she would like to say something. And now she's going to make a donation. That's very important for us.
No, I'm actually on the road running. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon, whatever it is you're doing. Yeah, just, obviously the work we're doing is so important, and we have to support, and especially us grassroots, right, which are part of the foundation and fundamental aspect of all things that we're doing to try and get it to the next level. Don't forget us folks, right? Us researchers and people who are in the field, and our work is vast. And just part of, later today, I'm going to do another post for myself, just to in memory of US President Manny Perez, who it was really just a phenomenal person. Oh my God, I miss him. I can't believe I didn't get a chance to see him. I was trying, and just with COVID, all these other stuff that came in between, his work that he did was just phenomenal. He's part of the reason why, even though I am in the commercialization space and in the STEM and STEAM world, that I'm involved with this and wanting to take it to the next level because, you know, we talk about DEI, not just in the US, but in the world, right? Equity and inclusion. This shouldn't be something that we're talking about. And if we don't get the work right here, fundamentally, how are we going to get it right in space, right? It's not just an escape to save our planet and to take other people who have all the money up there. So he was just really pure. And I think he, you know, just really a good-hearted person. And he made sure that folks like myself got involved. And for me, you know, I want to make sure that I get all the people who will make a difference. It doesn't matter whether you're an artist or, you know, in terms of whether you draw poetry, whether you're an artist in terms of performing, you know, they're all relevant and relatable. And even the very tech skill of building things or coding stuff. I hope you will all consider making your donation. Of course, you know, I will make my donation. I believe in the work and I want to see us help to advance and do some of the right things. So yeah, thanks, Adriano. My day's crazy, so I thought I'd drop in, you know, just important stuff.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Corinne. And yes, it was very sad that 1 week ago, Manny Perez passed away, and it was really a very bad stroke for me because I was not expecting that he was passing away. I know he was in an hospital, and yeah, since maybe more than 1 year, he was having big issue problems. But sincerely, I couldn't imagine that Manny will leave planet.
Yeah, he was, so, you know, we won't, it's sad for us at Space R, both international and US and all the other chapters that are there, because many of us know of his work and felt his impact. But I think, you know, one of the book that we had talked about, Manny and I, over the years is, you know, Staring by Starlight. It's a book by Martha Beck, and just finding your North Star. And he was a North Star, and he found his North Star. And I think, you know, this work is important. We just continue to do it. So we celebrate his legacy, his memory, and not dwell on the other part of it, even though it is very sad for me because I can't, you know, so laughing in these great conversation and debates or dialogues we'll have, discussion, you know, we have them too as well, Adriano, over the past, you know, and, you know, they're so deep, they're so fun, and it helps to solve real real issues. So I'm glad he is in a better place wherever that space is. I'm glad he's helped to make a difference, and you know, we continue the work, right? We continue the work. We just continue the work.
Definitely, yes. Okay.
Thank you. As you can see, I have traffic behind me because I'm on the road. I just finished class.
We have to work more now because
yeah, I just finished class and I'm going to grab a bite, and then it's another meeting, and then it's meeting and more work until whatever time that gets done, and I turn around and do that again tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't even see the end of my week yet.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you, Corinne.
All right.
Ciao.
Bye. Ciao. Folks, please remember, donate, consider joining, being a member. You know, your contribution, whether it's monetarily or, you know, your time, it's your thoughts are very important to the work we're doing. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao. Okay, so okay, let's start. We can see the last part, a few minutes now, of the very interesting presentation by Alberto about astropolitics, and I think is a reflection about the similitude between the nowadays period and the period when Britain developed its colonies, its in empire, are very important consideration, because in both cases we have private companies that are doing the essential work. So I think this lecture is centering some very key concepts that we have to deepen and to study more and to use in our work. So let's go to the end of
space industry, but by the network system, the private industry in China is not as in the West. It will be kept under strict government control. As I mentioned before, something like the competition between Britain and France in the past centuries, in the 16th, 17th, and 18th century, studied by Hamahan. So, SRI sees expansion into outer space the only effective solution to the progressive exhaustion of the resources of the Earth, including its capacity to absorb pollution, preserve biodiversity, and so on, while keeping our civilization alive, prosper, and growing. I don't want to repeat everything because, of course, this has been treated in the SRI documents. This expansion is considered as peaceful and cooperative based on an open economy and a free political system. Astropolitical analysis agrees on the basic concepts, but puts them in context of international politics, where independent nations and non-governmental large organizations as well, like companies like SpaceX or maybe also other kinds of international organizations that are not exactly nations, pursue their goals in competition with one another. The growth of human civilization translates in the growth of human nations, which according to geopolitics includes fictions, and above all, the quest for political prevalence or dominance. In an astropolitical view, the nation which can better harness the resources of outer space can politically prevail on other nations on the Earth. Currently, we have an utter prevalence of the USA, rooted in the global sea power, and it succeeded to the British dominance, along the lines described in Mahan's theory. It's both economic and military, as the two cannot be separated. As we have seen, they both sustain each other. Dolman and others believe that it is going to happen in space too. Economic prosperity will translate into political dominance, with space replacing the sea. Now the race is starting, and the nation that takes dominance in space will take dominance on Earth too. There are two main competitors, USA and China, and two minor ones, Russia and India. So in the end, we can put some questions. The astropolitical thesis is this, in the strongest version. Either governments and powerful organizations support expansion into space, aiming to space power, or no expansion into space will happen. Because we saw what happened in the last century. The first question is, can expansion into space take place for the goodwill of illuminated leaders or the pursuit of international power required? Because what is the motivation? It seems that the pursuit of international power is the strong one. The second is, can expansion into space happen without bringing all our rivalries in it? So, isn't the race now about who is first into the lunar poles in Lagrange points? Who is the first and takes possession of the most significant places in space? Because space is very large, but there are places that are very important for us for starting the expansion. Final note, on 12th of August 2022, the American Vice President Kamala Harris declared that current space regulations are outdated and must be replaced. As I said before, all these treaties will be replaced as soon as some important nation, the USA or China, will say, okay, these treaties are outdated and it's time to make a new treaty, or no treaty at all, and it's much worse. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you for listening, and maybe some questions now.
So, yeah, I think very important questions were made by Alberto in the last during the last slide presentation. So, will the space settlement happen after the decision of some enlightened government, or will it happen only thanks to the power, the wish to conquer the power by occupying some of the key locations in the cislunar space, Lagrange points and the lunar poles. And okay, let me say, from a philosophical point of view, I would say the important thing is that humankind will survive and start expanding into space. If we still have to pay the price of our history, our DNA that was made of wars and conquers, then it will be better than nothing. It will be, however, better than remaining closed inside a closed world. That would mean implosion. Civilization will implode, will stop growing and progressing, and maybe also stop living. But if we want to see it from the point of view, always a philosophical point of view, however, from the point of view of the billions of people, billions of Earth citizens, then we have to work for the first hypothesis, to realize that some enlightened government, some enlightened political leader will understand the urgency to start expanding and will put in place the proper actions, because the proper actions are not only to conquer the Lagrange points and the lunar pole. The very important point is to overcome the issues that currently prevent civilians to live and work in space. That is cosmic radiations, that is low gravity, lower zero gravity, that damages our bones and everything. So these are the right decisions, includes not only technologies and space vehicles and strategies to go there and to settle, etc., but also, and maybe in a primary priority, to develop the scientific research needed to allow people to work and live in space. So this is our 100% inclusivity that makes our work, that makes the Space Renaissance International work important. Because, okay, I don't want to be too presumptuous, but just let me know, how many other organizations do you know that that make these arguments from a humanist point of view? How many other organizations, space or not space, even humanitarian? And on the humanitarian organization, we had to open another discussion, a big discussion. Because if they keep on not seeing that humanity needs space, they are blind. Humanitarian organizations are going around making good things. Of course, they are making good things, but they are not making enough. They're not making enough to save the civilization, to allow civilization to continue and to grow up. Because if they want to make enough, they have to consider space as the natural horizon for development, for eliminating starvation, for eliminating all the things that humanitarian organizations want to eliminate, because that is their mission. But one day, I hope sooner than later, we have to start talking with this organization and to put on the table simply this argument: humanity needs space. What do you think about? Humanity needs space. I would like to know what they think about. If they never thought about, I would like to know what they will begin to think about it. So, however, yeah, let me know if there is another organization that talks about saving 8 billion people and their descendants, and to allowing them to grow up, to have children, to have nephews, to have a future. Yes, many organizations talk about having a future, of course. However, I want to put my emphasis on the point that Space Renaissance is doing that from a deep humanist point of view. We are sure that when the space settlements, the civilian space development will be well rooted and on its road, then all the issues mentioned by the UN 2030 agenda will be on the way to be overcome and resolved. Because the simple fact that having such an abundant resources in the solar system will allow everything to be developed in a quite another dimension, without limitations, without, nowadays we have some countries on Earth that are trying again to expand on Earth's surface, stalling the ground to other countries. This is crazy. Why they don't see that going outside, it will be possible to expand without any war, any need for conflict, because the space is so big. The asteroid resources are so big. The moon is big, the Mars is big, and so on. And when we go outside to the Jupiter moons, to Uranus, to Saturn moons, then outside of the solar system, we will meet the Kuiper belt. That's another big, enormous repository of materials needed for the development of trillions of people. And outside of the Kuiper belt, we will find the Oort cloud. This is a giant freezer with trillions of snowballs, trillions of comets made of ice, and basic components of life, carbon. So, what are we needing more? Nothing, I think. In the solar system and its neighborings, there are resources for many thousand years. And when look, now we think that 8 billion people are too many because we are closed on Earth. But when we will start expanding, that we will be very few to populate the solar system and beyond. We will be very, very few, and we will have to fight against a lower fertility. Now they are talking about lower fertility as a goal, because we are closed in a closed world. But lower fertility is not a blessing at all. Lower fertility means an old society. Old society with few children. It means no hope in the future. It means no progress anymore. It means death of new markets, death of technology, death of science, death of everything, death of civilization. This means a decaying society if we stay closed. To go outside, it will be risky. Yes, it will be risky, but it will also, we will also have some things that are better. In one of my recent lectures, I was talking about the bingo surprises of space, that are the good conditions that we will find in space. Conditions that are better than the ones we have on Earth's surface, on the bottom of the gravitational well. Let's think about transportation. Transportation is very easy, very cheap in a regime of zero gravity and zero attrition. So we are used to consider that on Earth, every single kilometers, every single mile we go is very expensive. We have to pay for fuel, or even to we have to pay for fuel. We have a lot of things. But in space, if you have time, you can move very big quantities of materials with very low expenditure. If you have time, if you want to go fast, of course, you have to spend for more fuel. And so there are many other things that we have to consider. Consider the power, the sun. Hi, Marie-Louise.
Hello, Adriano.
Very welcome. How are you?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm a bit tired. We had the great event today in Düsseldorf, a space event at the house of the university. And okay, I'm a bit late today.
Okay, well, never mind. We are doing this crazy thing for 5 hours, so you came exactly in the middle, I think, more or less. Yes, it's 9. No, a little bit more than the middle.
A bit more.
But you are in time. You are perfectly in time.
Okay, thanks.
So I don't know if you maybe follow the last minutes.
No.
I have shown again the lecture given by Alberto Cavallo on astropolitics, and I was discussing about the last questions that he posed in his presentation. In the last slide of his presentation, he was asking. I want to see if I can find it again. Okay. The astropolitical thesis is this: in the strong version, either governments and powerful organizations support expansion into space, aiming to space power, or no expansion into space will happen. The first question is, can expansion into space take place for the goodwill of illuminated leaders, or is the pursuit of international power required? The second question, can expansion into space happen without bringing all our rivalries in it? Just a final note, on the 12th August 2022, the American Vice President Kamala Harris declared that current space regulations are outdated and must be replaced. So she was talking about the Outer Space Treaty, the only space law document that we have in force, signed by 110 countries in the 60s. Yeah, and I think this in these questions there is a concept, is an important concept, because I was saying, okay, I summarize what I was saying. I said that seeing from the very broad philosophical point of view, to go in space, thanks to the will, the wish to conquer powerful positions by governments, will be, however, better than not to go to space, not to start expanding. So if the expansion should still happen because of the will of governments, for the wish of power, the ability to get more power, that would be, however, better than not start expanding. But always from a philosophical point of view, if we see it from the point of view of 8 billion citizens of Earth, we, of course, we are hoping and we are working for the first hypothesis, that expansion into space take place for the goodwill of illuminated, enlightened leaders, because this will be a more inclusive way to go to space. And of course, there is a concrete point, not only a philosophical, but also a political point, that the very important things to do are not only the technical and logistical decision to go and take the power of the Lagrange points and the lunar poles, that are the very strategical points, no, in the cislunar space. That if China arrive first there, China will say, okay, this is mine, and fuck off the outer space treaty. No, this is now is mine. And if USA will go first, maybe they will see we will see the same thing, basically. However, so the very important thing from the point of view of civilians is to overcome the scientific issues that will allow people like you and me to live and work in space. That is protection from solar and cosmic radiation, that is simulated gravity, that is green environments, and that is also have better ergonomic vehicles, less dangerous, with the re-entering the atmosphere, less dangerous, and so on. These are very important points. And I am afraid if they, let me say, if the military hypothesis will prevail, maybe they will not take care very much about the other, the humanist point of view. So this is maybe the main justification of the existence of the Space Renaissance International.
Yes.
Because we are fighting for exactly for that, for the right and the perspective and the future of 8 billion Earth citizens. So that's why we are asking for money, we're asking for support, we're asking for donations, for sponsorships, etc. And okay,
I had a discussion with the leader of the space program of the German Aerospace Society, and the money is coming directly, or came directly from the government, from the German government, von Habeck, from our Minister of Economy. And the discussion was about the role of space tourism. He was of the opinion that it is ecological, not good, or not well to bring milliardaires and billionaires into space. and my point, my argument was, okay, it is better that space tourism begins with millionaires, with people who have money to do so, because this is the same an analog situation like the beginning of car driving. Also the beginning of cars was also a thing of rich people, and I think in the after the Second World War, there was then the possibility for all people to buy a car, or in the 1950s perhaps, and therefore you have there same as an analog discussion. What can we support and what can we not support? And I think it is not really dangerous if Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos with his friends went to space. I think it is a good step for all us, that because the technology is developed and we have some first steps which allow us to hear from other people than astronauts. Oh, it's a great and very interesting thing to look into the dark, into the very dark space. It's a special event, a special a special thing to realize that we are not here on Earth in a lively or in a friendly surrounding, which is expanding into the unlimited. The reality is that our a small planet have all things we need, like an atmosphere and food and so on. But if we look out, we have a complete other situation. And I think this must be, I think it would be very good for the spiritual and philosophical development of mankind if more than handsome people could look into this great universe, because then we realize that our special place here on Earth is precarious, is a precarious situation, and this is was one point, and the other point which I wanted to make in relation to your sentences is that China is a what Weltanschauung, what philosophy has China? China is a Marxistic nation, like the Soviet Union, and the Marxistic vision of the world is that with the productivity of mankind, mankind is able to free them from nature and to construct the world. And I think we here in Europe, we have lost this vision a bit. that we can construct a world, that we are able to yes, to create new worlds, and here on Earth, to create new worlds is a bit difficult because we have so a lot of people now, and the Earth is, I think, is built. You have all, also all regions are built. Also you have their buildings, and you have not the free space to create new things. And on the moon or in the Lagrange points, we have the possibility to create very new things, and to go further than that what our history yes has as a tradition now for us. Also, I think our cities and our towns, our living is frozen. It's frozen in Europe because all is closed, I think, and narrow, yes, and I love Malevich, the artist Malevich, who in the 1920s in Russia saw really this point that we have the chance to realize our creativity in space much more than here on Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Marie-Louise. Very deep and interesting points you made. And I just want to add that about space tourism. In my opinion, the most important reason why space tourism must be endorsed and supported is that currently is the only industrial segment that is facing the point of bringing civilians in space, to bring untrained civilians that didn't have an astronautic training.
The space tourism.
Space tourism.
Yes.
It's the only segment, the only one. So the objections on space tourism is ecologically controversial and so on. Yes, we are doing things that are ecologically controversial since the Paleolithic, since the Neolithic revolution. We are doing that.
Yes. Okay.
Ecologically controversial. We are polluting. We are wasting. We are maybe now wasting more than what we have. This is the concerning point.
But is it a wasting? Was it wasting? Is it the right word? To build cathedrals? Is it is it useless to dance, to make theater, to make films, and all the culture is not it's not useful in this narrow sense.
Yeah, sure. No, we are making all of these things that we made. That is our life. Our civil life is that. We are making things. Some of them are useful. Some of them doesn't seem to be useful, but they are, because theater and arts and everything are useful for life, are indispensable. So we are making all of these things that are risky from the point of view of ecology and consuming resources. But now we have to run this risk, because the risk to remain closed is very much bigger than the risk to consume a little bit more than what we have. Because when we will be outside, this balance will rearrange.
Yes.
That is the point. We have to invest now. We have to risk. Yes. Our history is the history of risk.
Yes. the philosopher Michel Serres. Do you know the philosopher Michel Serres?
Michel?
Michel Serres, it's a French philosopher from
No.
Paris.
No.
A real famous philosopher from Paris, but he died several years ago. It's not so, I think 2014, but I don't I do not know it exactly, sorry. And he said, I love him. He's a very great philosopher. He said, all men, every person is an astronaut.
Yeah.
And should be an astronaut.
Yeah.
Because we are free born, and our bounding to the earth is not it's not natural.
Okay. Yes. That resonates with something that maybe Giordano Bruno said.
Yes, a bit, yes.
That we are
but he also Giordano Bruno was he had no connection to Giordano Bruno, but to Lucrezia, the Roman, the Italian poet and philosopher Lucrezio. And Lucrezio had a special philosophy of nature, which has to do with creation and with turbulence, with chaos, and with non-regulation, with non-determinism as a prerequisite for new beginnings.
Yeah.
And this was as Michel Serres. This was, I think, the main early work from him. He showed that there is that modern physics and modern mathematics could learn a lot of Lucretius.
Yeah. That's right.
Because of the concept of turbulence. And I appreciate his philosophy because he is a really French philosopher of freedom and a philosopher of the Enlightenment, but with a modern turn. It's not the main. It's not the same as the Enlightenment in the 18th century, for sure. And this, I think, this is important because the narrow sense of utilitarianism. I don't know how do you. Yes, utilitarianism. Yeah. I think we have to avoid utilitarianism in the narrow sense, because you especially you try to argue yes, like how can I say it? You say, okay, we have to go to space because things run bad when we not do it. But Michel Serres would say, oh no, we want to do it. We want to do it because we wish to do it. It's a pleasure to do it.
Yeah, no, but it is the discussion was about the risk.
Yeah. Okay.
So, what is the risk to go to space compared to the risk to not to go to space? So, these two risks have to be balanced in order that people will understand that the risk to remain here is very much bigger than
Okay,
you want to go outside. That is
I
why
agree.
it is why the discussion about going there because staying here is bad. To be schematic, no? Yes, but yeah, I agree that this is not a
It's
let
not
me-
sufficient. It's not sufficient.
it is yes, it is a discussion argument, but the main argument is that we want to go there because it is good.
Yes, it's
It's the best thing to do. Yeah.
it's humanistic. It's a humanistic dream to do so.
Yes.
As we learned from Plato, from Giordano Bruno, especially from Giordano Bruno, but also from the Romantics. And now we have the chance, a technological chance to do it. And it's a pity that the cultural scene. Okay, I think they are coming now. They are coming now, and realize that this is a great theme, a great chance for art, for music, and theater. Also theater. I remember a group in Slovenia. You know, the group in Slovenia who made space theater.
Space theater.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yes, very nice. I had a representative of this group in Braunschweig, and I think it was 2008. As 2007 or 2008, but this group is developing. It's I think this is also one piece of this bill.
Oh, it was sorry, Space Theater.
Pardon?
The name was Space Theater.
Theater is it's the cat. I must look how the name is.
They made theater. Did I understand well? They are theater.
Space theater, theater, theater.
Yeah.
But I remember the name of the group. There are a lot of groups.
No, but later I will look. Will search for it by Google. Slovenia Space Theater. Maybe I will find something.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, but
it's not so far from Italy, no?
No. And it could be interesting for our committee on a near future narrative. The committee by Dominic Kirtenkopf on the science fiction and works with literature and movies and so on. Yeah, could be interesting for that committee to take it.
No, so for my committee. For my committee, is it?
Yeah, also for
I want to I want to invite them. It's for my committee.
Yes.
Committee. And it will not gives this idea then to Irtenkopf, and he invited them, but I want to have that connection.
Excellent. Very.
I can't work together with Irtenkopf at this point, but this was my idea to work with this group.
Okay, and no, I was trying to see something. Sorry.
Are we alone?
I don't know. Corinne is still connected, but I don't know if she is because she was maybe having a lecture at school in this month. She should give a lecture. Therefore, she is still connected, but I don't know if she is listening. Oh yes, she's listening. She brought in the chat right now.
And what is with the three? And what was at the beginning of this meeting? How people you have here? The beginning of this.
Yes.
Giving Tuesday.
No, we had Sabine. She remained the first 2 hours. Then she had to go. We had Bernard, our president, Bernard Foing. She gave many information about 2023, some other things that we will make beyond the program, the already understood program. And we had Julio Rezende from Brazil. We had Werner Grandel. And yes, we had some donations too, not so many, but however, we had Jim Crisafulli given some money. We had Werner also. Werner donated. Joe Pelton donated. Corinne is going to donate. She promised. So something we are collecting.
And how much? How much is it?
Oh well, by now it's less than 1,000 euros.
Okay.
However,
okay. But you know, all groups, all groups try to get money. We from the Society of Space Culture have now our next week we have our great meeting, the year meeting, and we also try to get money from the institutions because we have we have no money to pay the events and works and so on. But we have then, this was my work in the last years. I wrote plans and so on, and sent this then to the institutions of the culture institution, the culture institution of our town, Düsseldorf. And this whole process needs several months.
Of course.
And then you get a decision. And I succeeded in the last years. We got money from Düsseldorf for the our space poetry series, especially. And I think this is running in the next years too. And then the name. The name space poetry is now like trans-terrestrialism. For sure, for us, for sure, I don't know the real word, because the European Institution for Intellectual Property said, okay, this is our word for our series. Space poetry.
Space poetry.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes, we had the space. Also, I conceptualized the space poetry series since 2018 or 17, and the idea is to read poems from poets, famous poets, and we want to we had combined this with lectures from space engineers and space philosophy, and in the end we have had always the as the musician, the how do we call it, not space music, but the music of the vacuum.
Okay, music of the vacuum.
This is these are musicians from Cologne, near the Rhine, Cologne, and they put the cosmic sounds from Saturn, from gravitational waves, from the black hole, and so on, which you can find by the ESA or the NASA, and then they they had a composition out of that.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice.
We had someone similar in at the IAF Congress in Paris. There was Mark Jaeger, and his colleague Luke, don't remember, that they make music in this way too, taking the cosmic waves sound and using it to compose. Yeah.
What is this? Which name?
Mark Jaeger.
Mark Jaeger.
Yeah, Mark Jaeger. Yeah.
From which country?
It could be from France. I think from France, but I'm not sure.
Well, it's a German name, Mark Jaeger.
Maybe German living in France. Or I
okay.
Remember. Yeah.
I'm a bit okay. This is it's now an association. I'm a bit angry because of in Paris we had a lot of money to pay from Paris.
Yes.
For the a lot of money.
That's true.
And we had a lot of to do. We wrote our abstract, we wrote our manuscript, and now I cannot find a publication of the manuscript. And I thought that the ERC, IAC or the IAF want to publish this manuscripts.
Yeah, okay. I don't know exactly how they published. Once upon a time, but I am talking about 2001 or in the first. My first IAC was in Torino in 1997, and the second one in Melbourne in 1998. And at that time, there was a big room with all the papers printed on paper, and you could go there and buy for $5 each these papers. I didn't see any more like that in Paris, and I didn't see it in Bremen. I didn't see in the.
In Bremen, there you had this all the publications online.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe they have to put it online still, because it's only two months ago. Huh? It was the IAC, so maybe they are working.
But I wrote an email to them, but I got no answer.
Okay, you have to write to the secretariat, I think.
Yes, a secretary, and then the and so on. 5 emails. Okay.
However, if you like, as I wrote to you, if you like, just give me your PDF and I will put it on our website, and a link from the philosophical list of papers, if you like.
But we subscribed, that we have that in the past we had now published this stuff, and that in the future we will not publish this stuff. That yes,
you have to publish your paper. But sure, definitely. When you uploaded your papers, you had to choose which kind of right you wanted to subscribe.
Mm-hmm.
One option was to give all the rights to them and no, with no possibility for you to publish. And the other choice was to keep your right to publish wherever you like. They will have right to publish, but you also will have right to publish too, because it's your material. So I think you choose the second one to keep the, so you can publish wherever you like. So if you like to publish on our website, we can do it without any.
But sorry, but on your website, you have no chance to get this stuff in the universities.
To get the stuff in the university.
Yeah, this publication. Also the universities need first of all an ISDN number.
Yeah, no, okay, no, I cannot give you that.
Yes.
But I think neither ResearchGate and academia.edu can give you that. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sure. However, okay, let's do as you prefer, not a problem.
Yes, because this is a course not only for me but also for others in my group, that we think that it is useless to go to the International Astronautical Congress. And the German Aerospace Society, which is the main institution for all space engineers and space wie sagt man, space and also aeroplane builders and so on. Also the whole industry, the industry of space and aeroplanes and so on, they are represented by the Aerospace Society in Bonn, and they decided to go. They were not in Paris.
Well, okay, I don't know about that.
Okay, and who? And I thought this.
What I can offer, if you want, if you like to have them online to be referred and linked, etc., we can put them, if you like. That then you can put everywhere else. It's not an exclusive, of course. You can put it here and also in other.
No, that's not. Okay.
Bene. Sehr gut.
Sehr gut. but this is not for the public. This question is not for the public. For the public is that
public now. We are public. We are.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We are broadcasting on YouTube.
Okay, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Okay, so well, Miriam is joining us. Hello, Miriam.
Hello.
We cannot see you. Miriam, non ti vediamo. Eccoti. Hello.
Hey, hello.
Ciao. I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. So yes, we are near the end of this marathon, and I'm happy to introduce to you Dr. Marie-Louise Heuser. She is the head of our space philosophy laboratory in the academy. And Miriam Viscomi is an Italian living in Milano. And she is helping us now to relaunch the Space Renaissance Italia website. She started to ask many people to give us interviews and articles, and yeah, she's doing a great work. Maybe Miriam, you would like to introduce a little bit yourself?
No.
No. Okay. No. But okay, if you prefer, you can speak in Italian and I will translate.
Sì, sì, grazie.
Ok. Quindi dimmi.
Comunque, ciao, io sono Miriam, ho 27 anni, abito a Milano e sono entrata da poco a far parte di questo gruppo. È una sfida molto complicata, però mi sto impegnando e stiamo iniziando a cercare aiuto.
Okay. Let me translate.
Sì.
Miriam ha 27 anni, abita a Milano, è entrata da poco a far parte di Space Renaissance, diciamo come volontaria, perché come socio lo era già. I'm sorry, I was going on in Italian. Sorry. So Miriam is entered since a few weeks in the volunteers group, because she already was a member since some years with his father, her father, Natale Viscomi, and other members from Calabria, the region Calabria. And okay, she said that this is a challenge, a difficult challenge, but she's getting engaged in that, and she hopes that she's sure that she will succeed. Ok, vai avanti.
Stiamo cercando di ampliare e diciamo organizzare il sito internet di Space Italia con l'aiuto di persone importanti che possono insomma aiutarci a scrivere articoli su vari temi che stiamo trattando sullo spazio, sulla Luna, sui villaggi lunari e speriamo di riuscire a fare qualcosa insomma del nostro meglio.
Okay, she says that she's starting to involve some persons, some known persons, but also some members, some SRI members in Italy and some non-SRI members, but that they are rather known. For instance, the president of the Italian Space Agency, or Roberto Battistone, that is he was president of the Italian Space Agency some years ago. Luigi Bignami, that is a journalist, an outreacher about space on the Italian television networks, and so on, and many other people. We are going to give them some questions about reusable rockets, about the aerospace domain in Italy and in Europe, and what they see, the perspective and the future, and all these kind of things. And in order to refurbish, to revamp, let me say, the website, the Space Renaissance Italia website, and and to get more people involved. So this is basically the point. Bene.
Bene.
Okay. Yes, an important thing I think that we will make next Monday, the December 5, in the morning at 10 o'clock in the morning. We will hold a meeting for several schools. Yes, medium schools, that is from 11 years old to 14, and 4 high schools from 14 to 18, 19. So we will have several schools connected for maybe about 1,000 students, and we will give lectures on the bingo space surprises, so the good conditions that we will find in space, and the moon development, and yeah, 2 or 3 topics in a couple of hours. We will give these lectures to the young students. That will be a very interesting and challenging thing to be done, because to talk to the children, or, okay, these are not children, they are teenagers. However, it's critical enough. I hope we will be equal to the task. Yeah, and okay. So.
And which universities?
No, they are schools from mainly from Calabria. So they are lyceums.
Okay.
Medium schools, and no, I don't think there will be universities. Maybe no.
Università no. Mi sembra di no.
Not this time. Not this time. There will be only schools, medium and high schools. Yeah. So yeah.
Together with the teachers.
Okay, we will have. Now, honestly, yes, I have to ask. I have to ask to Natale, who are the other speakers, because one will be Natale for sure, right? Will be your father.
Sì.
Yeah.
Yes.
He will talk about the origin of the universe. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
And then we will have another. Let me see, because I can see it here. Just a moment. The space law, diritto spaziale internazionale, international space law. So we will have three topics. One is mine, the 5th season, the bingo surprises of space. Then the space law, international space law, and the birth of the universe. So the last one is more astronomic subject, because we will also have the observatory of Miriam, help me, observatory of Catanzaro.
Yes.
Observatory, the astronomical observatory of Catanzaro will be in the group. Yeah.
Oh, great.
I'm very excited and a little.
And when will you start?
At 10 o'clock in the morning.
And on which day?
Monday, the 5th of December.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's serious or only some days?
No, this is the only date by now.
Okay.
The only one.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we will see. Maybe we will have other. Let's see if it will go.
It's a Christmas special.
Yeah. Well, a little bit. Yes, something like that. Okay, that's fine.
Did you hear that we have a woman now as an astronaut from France? Our European astronaut, new astronaut.
Yes, we have 19 new astronauts.
Yes, now 22, and one is a woman from France.
Only one?
I think so.
I thought there were 2 or 3.
Yes. Okay. also here in the media, this was a really great theme here in the media, that we have now a astronaut woman but we hear only from France. I don't know really.
We already had Samantha Cristoforetti, of course.
In Italy.
Samantha Cristoforetti. She has flown 2 times on the ISS. The last time a couple of months ago. You never heard about Astro Samantha?
No, shame on me.
No, okay, she's an easy.
But this discussion was in relation to Artemis, to the moon.
Yeah.
Concept.
Yeah. There we have women astronauts.
Yes, and perhaps is also this France astronaut woman. Here in Germany, it's a pity that it's also a bit shocking that our government do not want to pay for an astronaut.
No.
To the moon.
Why?
It's a Green Party.
Oh, the Green Party.
Yes, we have now in the government we have the Green Party, and the Green Party has the minister who can decide. This institution, this economic institution of the government, which is led by Habeck, is from the Green. It's a Green ministerium.
So they are against space.
We have luck. we could be happy that we have a coordinator from the government who is coordinating all these discussions also for the ESA conference now in November, and she is a good person. She is a very good person, but Habeck and others they want to reduce space program.
Okay.
It's their argument is ecological. It's an ecological argument.
I thought that the German Grüne were better than the Italian Green.
No, I don't think so.
My God.
Because why do you think so? Why?
No, because I thought they were not that anti-technological. They were not okay. So backwarded, as the Italian Green are. But I see that maybe maybe the American Green are a little bit better. Let's hope.
But the German Greens are not better. They are backward too. They want to reduce capitalists' growth to a circle economy on a low level. Which had the consequence that we in Germany if this concept would be realized, we lose our wealth and our industrial economy.
Oh yeah, not only you. Italy is a desert from the industrial point of view, because too many years of let it go. No, I don't want to enter the political.
No, but we have a chance. I think we have a chance. A colleague of mine, I think he made the right point that our industrial production, especially in Germany, was concentrated on cars.
Yeah.
I think in Italy too, yeah, and we need to yes, we need a new area, and this the only one could be space. The only area is space to develop the industrial society.
Yes, yes, definitely, it is true. Well, so I think that maybe no one else will come now.
We can close, I think.
Yes, it is 10:30. So I think we can close, and thank you very much, everybody who came here, and very, very welcome, and very welcome to donate to Space Renaissance, because we need this money to make all the things we want to do in 2023. As I explained before, and Bernard also said about our very, very big programs for 2023. So we need money. Doesn't need to be big monies. Okay, if you can give big monies, you're very welcome. But if not, you can also give, I don't know, 20, 30 euros, 100 euros, how much you can. It's important and it is precious for us. So, and we also need members. So in the chat on the YouTube event of this Giving Tuesday, you will find, and in the description of the event, you will find the links for donating, for sponsorship, and for joining as members, and to buy t-shirts, Space Renaissance t-shirts. If you don't have it, it's really wonderful. Beautiful t-shirt. Miriam, take a note about t-shirts, please. Okay. Thank you.
I'm happy that I could see you, Miriam.
You got it in Paris, the t-shirt, Marie-Louise.
Bitte, pardon?
In Paris.
Yes, we had it.
You got the t-shirt.
I got a t-shirt. Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, then good evening.
Good evening and good night, and
Good night.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ad astra. Bye bye.
Ciao.